second.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. If we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is our moment of silence. I'd like to dedicate tonight's silence to Corey Compatore and all other heroes who have passed protecting their family and/or this country. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Mason.
Present.
Trustee Reinders.
Present.
Trustee McNaughton.
Present.
Trustee Consolino.
Present.
Trustee Fialko.
Present.
Trustee Stylen.
Present.
Mayor Knightsky-Troicki.
Present. Next is community recognition, which we do not have any this evening. Next is amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments
Yes.
to the agenda? Trustee Fialko.
I do have a few. I don't know if anybody else does, but I'd like to take 9, 19, 11, and 13, move them up to the top of the agenda, just in that order.
I'm sorry, can you say that 9?
That would be 9, 19, 11, and 13, only because these are items that people are here and sitting and waiting. That I just want to give the reason why.
Are you requesting, is that L9?
Yes, correct.
And you'd like to move all 4 items before L1?
Correct. L9, L19, L11, and L13 in that order, above 1.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Should we have to do roll call on that first?
Say on it, ma'am.
Trustee Fialko, you stated your reasons. Trustee Consolino, did you have reasons?
Same reasons.
Same
because I was
reasons.
gonna
Trustee
do
Reinders?
something similar.
Go ahead.
I would like to remove L19 from the agenda tonight. Basically, L19 is something that involves our IGA with Homer Township. And after further review in consulting with our attorney did let us know that we are going to reimburse them for the zoning charges. So, but moving forward, if there are any other professional services that do come in, they will be have to be reviewed by the A&F committee.
Discussion on that, yes?
Yes.
I would
But
just-
wait, you already, I'm sorry, let me go finish with the rest, and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Trustee Stylen? You can either comment on what Trustee Reinders said, or you can add or discuss anything else.
Okay, well, I don't have anything else to change, but I don't really think we need to change the order of the agenda.
Okay, Trustee Mason?
Yes. Actually, that was one of the things I was going to ask to remove as well. I'd also like to remove L2, L3, L5, L16.
Wait. L2?
I can go through them individually if you like, or however you'd like to do this.
What was, could you say those again, please?
L2, L3, L5, L16, L19.
Okay, do you want to state your reasons?
Yeah, my reasons on L2 and 3 is, first of all, we don't approve these things. They go through, we can approve the amount or the number of licenses, but it has nothing to do with the board. So those really shouldn't be a legislation action item when it has nothing to do with us. As far as L5, let me refer to my notes. Again, we need a motion to increase the number of licenses, and it's really, again, not up to us at this point in time, so I don't see why. L16, hold on, it's a big packet. That was our standard operating procedures. It came up in as number 001, and it came up in A&F. And I believe Mr. Fialko motioned and nobody else seconded. And it was, we asked for them to go back, get some additional information on that.
You're talking 16?
No.
Point of order, please let Mr. Mason continue. Trustee Mason, continue.
Sound like you said.
I believe that was which one I was talking about. You threw me off by interrupting. Oh, that was 19 that you did that on. I'm sorry,
16.
you're right.
That's why I interrupted.
16 is the standing operative procedures referring to our committees.
Well, that again was Mr. Fielko, motion to change that or say something about it. I remember he went on, not to be rude, but he monstered that conversation. And bottom line, I believe that to be the mayor's decision on committees, and we're not at that point in the process, so I don't see why it's in front of us at the moment.
But, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee McNaughton?
I'd also like to propose the removal of case 6. I don't believe this, we need additional information about previous years' history on that.
Okay. Let me regroup this real fast.
He's sick.
So trustee Fialco made a motion to move 9, 19, 11, and 13 up. The only item that he suggested to move up that I hear that the board would like to remove, trustee Fialco, would you like to change your motion to at least remove 19?
I think-
Consider you don't have to make a new one, but just to...
Well, here's the reason why. I had the conversation with our attorney and Mr. Baber, and they thought it's worth the conversation, so we just, when we come to it again, we're all on the same page with understanding how and why that worked that way. Because in admin and finance, it actually wasn't motion, so it failed. But then after further investigation with the annexation agreement and the 30 PUDs, we found things to be different. So I would just like us to keep 19 on, only for clarity for the public, so they understand, and so the board knows for the future exactly why and how this works. It doesn't have to be deep this conversation just to cover it.
Well, we could still motion to remove it, but the bottom line of 19 is, after further review, the $3,995 was included in the intergovernmental agreement with the township.
Yep.
So I believe the board, it shouldn't even be on the agenda because it's already in the intergovernmental agreement, so there's nothing to vote on or discuss.
True, that's the case now, but when it had the
Right.
meeting on Wednesday at admin and finance, it was a totally different answer.
No,
Correct.
was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we're going to remove 19 if you so choose to change your motion.
Sure, I agree to remove 19, as
Okay.
long as 19 is receiving the money that they're entitled to, which is the
Yes.
$3,995.
$95.95.
Point of order, please let trustee Fialco finish.
$995.
Correct.
Thank
So
you.
we're going to remove
Yes,
19.
that's it. It's-
Do you agree to change your motion to remove items L2, L3, L5,
That's me.
and for purposes of liquor, you guys don't vote on giving liquor license, you guys vote on increasing or decreasing. L16 for, that was the committee, those are committees, which I also agree because I think there needs to be further discussion into the committees.
Right, 16, who asked for that to be on the agenda?
I have no idea. I don't know.
It said that I did, I didn't ask for it. But as far as the liquor license, I believe Gina Marcotte prepared those. Is there a reason, can we ask her, is there a reason outside of what was explained here why they're on there then?
I can answer that. So there's no reason it should have been on there. It says my name on there as I'm the Liquor Commission, but I'm asking them, since you guys don't vote on it, there's no reason for you to vote on it. There's no reason for it to be on the agenda, so it should be removed.
The only question I would have with those, though, is one thing. It's the classification of the liquor license. Instead of J3 under special events, we've got it down as Class E liquor license. Why the difference between anybody else like the township is under special events J3?
J
Where-
is for government, the other is for a person, a church, a prophet, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I didn't, okay. I didn't read it that way, and we can cover it later, just as long as everybody's getting what they need, that's all.
Okay.
Sure.
So you're going to change your motion to remove 2, 3,
I added 2, 3, 5, 16.
and we all agreed on
6 as
19
well.
already. And trustee McNaughton asked
six.
to
Removal of
remove
case 6.
case 6. And I do agree with you on that because
Hold on.
there was nothing in the packet about previous costs, for what we've paid, and the attorney has yet to review the contract.
With that said, I could agree, I just want to let you know, with that animal control services, that did go through A&F, and that was approved. That's something that we normally do. Joe backed it up and said that's something that we do on an annual basis. I don't know what there is to cover, is what I'm trying to find out.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we approve it?
My concerns are the dollar amounts have increased quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine with me then.
Yeah.
There's no duration that's listed on it.
And there's no duration on the, I forgot that, yeah. There's no duration listed on the contract on how long this contract would be for.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, and then you still want to move up 9, 11, and 13. Trustee Consolino, you had made the motion to second.
Yes.
You agree with that?
I agree with that.
Does anybody else have any more discussion? I hope I can do my best to follow what just happened, but I'll do my best. Madam Clerk, do you have all of those changes?
I think so.
Okay.
So we're moving K19, 2, 3, 5, 16, K6, then
Correct.
moving up 9, 11, 13.
Yes.
For legislative.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Fialko,
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. Aye. Trustee Stylen,
Aye.
Trustee Mason,
Aye.
Trustee Reinders,
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Is there approval of the new agenda that just
I'll
took
make that
place?
motion.
Trustee Fialko, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason,
Yes, ma'am.
any more discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen,
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to minutes. Is there a motion to approve April 22nd, 2024 Special Village Board
I'll
Meeting?
make that motion.
Trustee Fialko, Trustee Reinders. Trustee Fialko, do you have any discussion?
None.
Trustee Reinders?
Nope.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am.
McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Consolino?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Abstain, I wasn't present.
Motion carries. I think it's cute that McMason, I do the same
you.
thing.
Same
I
guy,
do the same
similar
thing.
ideology.
Adorable.
Is there a motion to approve May 22nd, 2024 Village Board Meeting? Trustee Consolino?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason? Trustee Consolino?
Okay. In reference to page 12 of 13. Okay, we had discussed, we discussed in 6. Attorney Pasquinelli spoke for a few minutes.
Trustee Consolino, I don't mean to interrupt. Can you tell me where again?
Page 12 of 13.
Okay.
Number 6. Okay. Update on political sign ordinance that trustee Consolino referenced in previous discussion. Let me make sure I'm on the right one, yeah. Okay. Attorney Pasquinelli corrects trustee Consolino and says that the firm was asked to look at certain things. They wanted to adopt the county ordinance and things of that nature. They looked at it and they said they couldn't do those things because the state law expressly preempted it. Mr. Pasquinelli says that he does not have the exact information in front of him because he was not asked to bring it today and it was not part of his report. Now, what I'm asking with this, because I was corrected, and what I was corrected for was allegedly that we didn't have this discussion. In the next meeting for June 12th, so when we get to that one, I'll bring up where I want this added into, but does everybody remember, and this is why I wanted to discuss it on board, where Mr. Pasquinelli was more, he elaborated more on what was not legally in our parameter with the political sign ordinance. And so I just want this added into the next set. And because this is not what I stated, but what the attorney stated, this is why I want it discussed on the board for the amendment.
I'm going to be honest, I'm confused at what you're asking for.
Well, you'll see when we get to the next one. So
So it has nothing to do with changing of
I
this?
want this noted for the next set of meeting minutes. And I do not like the word that I was corrected because I ended up being right.
Okay, so do you have any specific change to this set of minutes?
Just say, Attorney Pasquinelli states to trustee Consolino.
Instead of corrects?
Yes.
Does everybody, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Consolino, I'm sorry, who made the first? Mason?
I second.
You second. Okay, trustee Mason, do you have any comments on these minutes?
I don't. I think it's minuscule. I think it doesn't matter.
Okay, trustee McNaughton, trustee Stylen?
While we're on it, I'll just say that I did make some corrections and gave them to the clerk, but they're not in front of us. It's just minor word changes, but it's not any content change.
Trustee Fialko?
I have not.
Trustee Reinders?
I have nothing.
All right, I have a question for the attorney then. If Trustee Stylen submitted her changes to the clerk, but we don't see them before us, we can't approve these until we see the changes, correct?
I mean, it's, if she's asking for the court or for the board to withhold on approving those minutes until her amendments or her suggested changes are imported, you'd have to pass on that table. But the proper procedural mechanism at this point would be for her to file a motion to table it because she can't make corrections down the road.
Speaker.
Doesn't vote on.
Yeah, your speaker's not on. Sorry.
Did you?
So,
From a procedure standpoint, if Trustee Stylen would like to have her changes or modifications voted on that she submitted that are not before the board, then this particular date of minutes should be tabled until all of those changes are brought before the board for their consideration.
you would like your changes made, correct, Trustee Stylen?
Right, I'd just like to know that they were, so that somebody doesn't come back and say that's not what it said.
Trustee Consolino, would you be willing to change your motion to table these until Trustee Stylen's changes can be submitted?
That's fine.
Trustee Mason, do you change your second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll also review the word correct into stated. So, is there a motion to table?
Yes.
Mason was second?
Yes, ma'am, I'll go ahead and second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we made the motion to table. Okay, moving on to June 12th.
So moved.
Wait, whoa. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for June 12th, 2024 Village Board meeting?
So moved.
Trustee Consolino, is there a second?
Seconded.
Trustee Fialco. Trustee Consolino, go ahead.
Okay, same thing, because I do not want to change anything that somebody else stated without their permission. Trustee Stylen, when we were discussing the legal bills, that they should be included in the consent agenda or pulled out of the consent agenda, you had stated at one point you were in agreement with me that you weren't aware that sometimes the legal bills do not make it to the public agenda, and that you said that it was wrong. I would like to add that into the meeting minutes.
Can you direct us where you're at?
So this would be on page 10 of 14, under 12, under Trustee Stylen.
Okay, Trustee Fialco, you made the second. Do you have any additional changes?
None.
Trustee Stylen, would you like to make the changes to what Trustee Consolino is referring to?
Okay, I'm sorry, I just need to.
It's okay.
Look at it and to see what you're saying.
Can you tell us what paragraph, Trustee Consolino?
It says,
I see, it says that I stated if the legal bill is discussed at A&F, that's fine with me, and that the bills should be included with the packet on the consent agenda. And if something happens at A&F that is contentious, then it should be pulled off the consent agenda to be a legislative item. I don't know what was different.
no, when we were discussing why, both Trustee Falco and I had explained to Pro Temp Mayor Rose Reinders that we'd stated the reason that we pulled this off was because sometimes not all of the legal billing makes it into the public agenda, and that people are upset about that. So you agreed that it was wrong. If you want to go back to the tape, maybe we should table these as well.
well, I
But I
think
just wanted to, I didn't know if you remembered or not what you had said, but that you did agree that that was wrong if it's not included in the public agenda, because we're talking about transparency and accountability here. And you had stated that, no, it should always be on there.
Okay. I am not disputing it, but I just would rather table it so the clerk can just verify it.
And then I have a couple more, sorry.
Wait, hold on. So you already had one chance. I'm going to continue on, and then we'll go back to you. Trustee Mason?
I don't have anything to say at this time. Thank you.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Reinders, did I ask you yet?
No.
You have nothing. Okay, Trustee Consolino?
Okay, so on page 11 of 14, Trustee Consolino, this is under 13. Trustee Consolino asked Mr. Westcott to please repeat exactly how much this is costing without grant funding. Mr. Westcott said that he will run it one more time because he forgot to deduct out the leftover money from the changes. Mr. Westcott did provide the numbers. I want the numbers on there. And then going back to the other set of meeting minutes that Trustee Mason disagreed with me on, this has to do with context.
Wait. Can you tell me where you're at?
I am on page, okay, for Mr. Westcott?
No, Westcott, I got.
Okay, so now we're on page 13 of 14, very bottom, under old business. Attorney Pasquinelli updated the board with how Mr. Baber is enforcing the sign ordinance and provided feedback. I think exactly what that feedback was, and that it was in reference to kind of almost disagreeing with me in the previous meeting. I want that clarified. So that's why it's important to take notes from the previous minutes and add that in there. So I can give that to her. I just wanted agreement.
Okay, so you're asking for these to be what
More
you're
detailed, yes.
More detailed, but are you asking for a specific change in these
But it
minutes?
needs to be more detailed and exactly what was stated about the political ordinance.
But what I'm asking you is, what is your specific change? When you say more detail, we need to be specific on what that detail is.
So
if you have a
Attorney-
sentence you would like added,
Attorney Pasquinelli stated
are you
that
writing this down, Trustee Candace?
we were, you know, I would prefer it to be verbatim for what was stated about the political sign ordinance, just because it is so contentious. But he stated that we were basically in the wrong with the way we were enforcing it, and that we had to abide by the state law,
Okay,
and that's what I want reflected in there.
okay. So we're going to go back around one more time. Trustee Fialko, do you have any comments?
None.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
All right, my comments are, I don't think the minutes should be verbatim. I think the clerk does a very good job with her minutes. To do something verbatim, we might as well just hire a court reporter. And I think this going back and forth on this minutes is getting a little, a bit much. I don't agree with having verbatim. If you want a specific sentence added in, as you want something stated right now, we could put that in there, and the board can agree. But it's hard to say
I
what
can come up with that
verbatim,
since
excuse
we're
me, I'm
tabling it.
talking, is if there's something you want specific in there, we can put that in there. But when you say verbatim, it's physically impossible to type every single word that is stated in a meeting. This village packet that we received today is the biggest packet I've ever received in 17 years. It's going to be impossible for her to be verbatim on everything we say tonight. However, it is the board's decision to vote on the changes today. So there's a motion on the table to make changes to these minutes, which I'm still unclear on what the changes are, but it's up to the board to vote. Is there any more discussion on this? Trustee Fialko?
Can we just, like was suggested earlier with this one also, just table it till it gets
That's what we had
corrected?
already requested.
That's up
to
to
table
Back,
it.
right? I mean, instead of going.
Because I'm only asking
picking through this
verbatim
thing,
on that one
and it can
particular.
get clarified in the office.
If that's what the motion
Yes,
is,
that's what
to
I would like
table?
to make that motion to table it.
And who
I
seconded
can
it?
change that.
Who seconded the motion? I'm sorry.
Who seconded it? I think
Trustee
Mr. Fialko did.
Trustee Fialko, do you want to change it to table? Obviously, yes.
Please, yes.
We have
I-
further
I-
discussion?
let's table
We're going to
it.
have discussion again on tabling. Trustee Reinders, do you have any discussion on tabling?
No.
Trustee Stylen, do you have any discussion on tabling?
No.
Trustee Mason?
It's taken me 3 days to read this. I think it's crazy to ask for verbatim. I think.
Point of
if-
order.
Thank you. I think if you want to add something to the minutes or change the minutes, then tell us what it is, and that's what we do. But, my God, this is hours upon hours upon hours, and my kitchen counter covered for days. That's it.
Trustee McNaughton?
Nothing further.
Okay. The motion on the table right now, the motion right now is to table these minutes. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for tabling.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
No.
Motion carries to table. Okay, we are now moving on to public comment. I ask that all members keep their comments to 3 minutes. We have a long meeting tonight, unless somebody wants to order pizza.
Would that be me?
Awesome. All right, we have 3 pages of residents signed in tonight. Kathy Hines.
Hi, my name is Kathy Hines, and I've been living in this community for 42 years. And I just wanted to go on the record with the village that I am totally against this expansion of 143rd Street. I'm very concerned that we do have this lawsuit, from what I understand, and we are hoping that we will get somewhere with this. But I think it's something that we can't just drop. I think it's something that we have to really stay on top of, because it's going to affect so many residents here. I do have one question. I don't know if it can be answered right now. I was told that the village of Homer Glen had the opportunity to purchase 143rd Street and said no, and I didn't know if that was true. Can anyone answer that now?
So we can't do an answer question, but I will address that in my report.
Okay.
Making note, I will address that later on.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm hearing that there's a lot of outside communities that are affecting this decision, really, or even pushing this decision, including mayors of other towns. I do think that there's a solution to this problem. It doesn't have to be destroying Homer Glen in order to get the congestion of the western suburbs problem resolved by taking away our entire community, which I believe it's going to do, with 2 5-lane highways going through the middle of our town. Our rural nature is gone, and it's extremely important that we just fight for this every day we can. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Hank Hines?
Kathy is my wife, and I've been living here since 1982 also. And just to let you guys know, I love Homer Glen. I love Homer Township. We love what it is and the stuff that we've created. This is a very unique community. I agree with Kathy that I think putting another 4-lane highway in here is going to change the whole atmosphere of Homer Glen. We moved in here because of the rural, the neighborhood, the people, and I think 143rd Street is fine. You don't need 4 lanes, and you are going to interrupt schools. You're going to interrupt farms. You're going to take away property from people that have been here for a long time. And I just don't think it's what it is. Plus, we now, before this was on, we didn't have 159th Street. We have 159th Street. That moves along just fine. It moves along well. I just am so against it because I think it's going to change what Homer Glen is. And I would hate to see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Judy getting ready already. Judy, am I saying this right? Slepeka? Did I say it right?
Judith. Slepika?
Slepeka, that's what it is. Thank you.
Slepichka, if you're Bohemian.
Oh.
I have to just say the same as my 2 neighbors here. I've been here, though, a little bit longer. I'm an octogenarian, and I've been here 52 years. So I have seen a lot of changes. At one time, the motto for this area, for Homer Glen, was open spaces. Well, that's dwindling quickly. And I live right off of 143rd Street, and I think it would be very sad to the environment to have 5 lanes put in. And I think we'd only always have to go right. We couldn't cross over 4 lanes to go any other direction. And I hope this is at rest. I was wondering if we could have a status of what is happening, and I heard this was taken to the courts. I don't know what the status is. I'd like to find that out. And I thank you for your time and hearing our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith. David Neds?
Good evening. I wear this because my wife is immunocompromised, so we still pay attention to that. I just want to say that I'm here, and I only know a handful of people in this gathering of citizens, but I represent at least a dozen to 2 dozen neighbors, north, south, east, and west of me. I live on 143rd and King, who don't know what they can do. They're all against it. Everyone's against it. A lot of them don't even speak English as a first language. So who is for it? I don't think anyone here is for it. Who's for it? The trucking companies, the contractors.
Follow the money.
Follow the money. I heard that there was a big push a while ago so that people and businesses had better access to the greater Orland Park shopping area. What? You're living in whoever thinks that's living in the 1990s. Since then, in 2024, we've had COVID, we've had mass shootings, and the biggest hurt for malls is Amazon. Who shops? Why do we need to expand it? I just don't understand it at all. Put a big sickle right through our town. As an example, you got Lamont Road, going back to Orland, Old Orland area right by Southwest Highway is 35 miles an hour, is 2-lane. Lamont, downtown Lamont, 2-lane, 25 miles an hour. Archer Avenue in Lockport, 25 miles an hour. Because they're trying to preserve their community. Why are we? That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mike Carlson.
Good evening, Homer Glen. I'm against 143rd Street too, absolutely. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Homer Glen. You ever been to Homerfest? 5 people asked me that in the last 4 years. I met this guy, he said he had a dream. He said, can you help me out? I said, sure. His name is Mr. Dan Fiocco. This was his last year at the Homerfest, which is very sadful for a lot of people. I've known Dan over the years, and what he did was such an amazing job of what he's done for the trustee. I don't need these glasses. Okay. So our members, you know, Dan Fiocco, he was the chair of Homerfest. Debbie Stevens was the vice chair. Mike Carlson, that was me. We had Mark Garwin, Ethan Fiocco, Paul McGarry, Jay Rohde, and Tony Drabeck, and John Walters. And then we also had Mike Bonomo too for years. And I just think that them people had done an outstanding job. We also added this year, we had Sue Stylen come aboard again, which was really good. And then we had Chris Pasquini as the, what was she, the liaison, yeah. She did a fabulous job, and I really appreciate all these people up here because all the people I just read off really have the heart in the Homerfest, and it was really good. And then we also have Jennifer right over here from the parks. Her crew really is the big heart of Homerfest. They really do an exactly perfect job at everything. She runs it all, and they listen to her. Everybody gets along. Stuff gets done really good. And we also have our Public Works, Brent Woods, and his crew, who's done an amazing job all these years. And Brent, we couldn't thank you enough for all your help and everybody that helped us out there from your Public Works. And then my favorite, we have EMA Ron. EMA Ron, I don't know if he's here tonight, but man, I really enjoyed him. Gave us good communication. He was on top of the weather storms. He was on top of everything if there was anything wrong. And then my favorite one is our village manager, Joe Baver.
30
right
seconds.
Here. Can I have 3 more?
Is there a motion to entertain an additional 3 minutes? Trustee Fiocco?
I'll second.
Trustee McMason? All in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so Joe Baber, he really impressed me. He did such a wonderful job as a village manager, put out fires, he worked his tail off, and I appreciate the hard work that he committed for that whole week out there. It was just unbelievable. What a great guy he was. And then from facilities, we had Bill over here who did an excellent job at his part at the Homerfest. And of course, I really want to give a special thanks to our Will County Sheriff's Department. Had a couple small issues. They were at the front of the stage within seconds. Unbelievable job. Lieutenant Pete, his first time doing this, he did an excellent job. You just had to be there to go see it. I mean, the Will County Sheriff's Department does a great job in this town. And I want to give another thanks to our trustees, Greg McNaughton, Dan Fiocco, Sue Stylen, Rose Reiners, Jennifer Consolino, and Curtis Mason, and our great, wonderful mayor, Christina. What an awesome job, and I want to give a big thanks to Kono's Farm for all that delicious corn. Somebody said to me, how can we purchase corn at home like that? I says, you got to go to Kono's, I guess. And last but not least, re-elect Rose Reiners for trustee.
Thank you, Mike.
You're very welcome, and our photographer, Kelly, over there. She did a great job, along with Mike over there with the IT. And if I left anybody else out, I apologize.
Thank you. J-Man Avery? Are you here for L9? You don't have to speak right now. You can come up when we get to L9 if you'd like. Yes. Regina Robinson?
Hello, I'm here to speak about the Tritina Farm proposal.
Regina, would you mind moving the microphone for you? There you go.
I made these comments a few years ago to the previous board relating to a similar proposal. The OSLEC grant that was involved with the purchase of the different open space properties specifically states over and over again, page 1, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 23, 26, 27, 28, specifically, that open space land acquisition is for public outdoor recreational use, and that land acquired with OSLED assistance shall be operated and maintained in perpetuity for public outdoor recreational use. That's on page 32. So why not add things that are enjoyable to all residents? Picnic areas with pavilions, bike paths, walking, hiking trails, which means no organized commercial anything. The ideas being proposed puts a government entity in competition with our businesses that are already struggling to stay open. I would think the village would be concerned about this. You want an event center? The township already has that space platted between the Healing Garden and senior housing at 148th and Bell. Build it there. That's the center of town where the majority of residents live. There are walking paths, parking that was already built, and traffic lights to control the traffic coming in and out of Founders Crossing. Tritina Farm is on the far west edge of town where there's no subdivisions. Not to ignore the public safety issues of the venue that is being proposed. 151st Street is a 2-lane road. The speed limit is 45 miles an hour. There are no streetlights. There is no center turn lane. There is no shoulder on the road. There is a hill to the east of the property that leaves no line of sight for traffic. Is the township going to have to make these road improvements as part of this project? If not, is the village going to accept the liability for these traffic issues since this is a village road? Is the township going to have to hire more staff to manage this event center? What happened to the tax hawk that was going to help lower our taxes? We just received huge property tax increases and are facing a huge water bill increase. Open space land acquisition was made to preserve a portion of the rural character in our area. And to the residents, there's no such thing as government funding. It's you. You fund all of it. You're funding it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Regina. Verna Konsek? Did I say it right? Probably not. Oh, thanks.
I'm going to be very nervous, but I'm going to try.
You got this.
Okay. I'm here about the Tritina Farm, but it's really the Civic Center. And the resolution of 2020 that the board approved and took it out of open space to this, but it called for a simple pole building for the Civic Center to be used by taxpayers without any increase in taxes. And the purpose of this building was for educational, environmental, and social purposes. Now the proposed building is going to have proposed to have a gymnasium and an outdoor stage, and And this is so far beyond what the project, the scope of the project that it has gone for the original resolution. And I also heard rumors that that there's maybe been a liquor license has been applied for. So what would you need that? First of all, no stage, no gym, no huge parking lot that is taking up open space environment. All this affects the integrity of the land around, the noise levels. It's not, what would you need a stage for? A simple pole building, the resolution that was stated, this goes way far beyond. And I think most people are concerned with, it was supposed to be a grant, but how is that going to be maintained without tax increase? So I think maybe the public would be behind this if it would stay simple like what might be needed, instead of reaching so far in advance and destroying, really, like you have property already, why not use it? So I just hope that you use good judgment and settle for the Homer Glen community in its entirety, to give people a place to go if that is truly
30 seconds.
needed. So thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, you did not look nervous at all. All right, Mr. John Walters.
Different subjects. Name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Father, thank you for every person who is present in this meeting. Help us to act in love towards one another and to season our words with grace. May we grow to appreciate one another's gifts and strengths and be gracious in times where we fall short and make mistakes. May we come together with eyes fixed on you and our hearts desiring to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen. At their last regular scheduled board meeting, my public comments were a little long due to the fact that I felt that I needed to do the prayer first. I requested extra time, something the board often does, which they did for Mr. Carlson today. I always thought, I was very disappointed that Trustees Reinders, Mason, and Stylen voted against allowing me extra time. I thought that they were defenders of the Constitution and the right to free speech. I know you didn't like what I had to say, but our right to free speech is not a right to protect popular speech. It's a right to protect unpopular speech. Popular speech does not need to be protected. One of the philosophers often cited in the formation of our right to free speech was Voltaire. The quote has been often attributed to Voltaire, but was more of a summary of his belief is, I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. I was very disappointed not to be allowed to civilly finish my comments by the deciding vote of Trustee Reinders, especially after I helped her during the last 2 elections. I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Michael Rodriguez.
Hello, everybody. I'm here as a resident, Homer Glen resident. My wife and I have been here in Homer Glen for the past 30 years. I'm here to talk about item L11 on the agenda, which is the Booth Orthodontics parking lot expansion, and to express my concern. Specifically, our backyard from our address is about 100 feet from the south end of where they want to extend the parking lot. So it's really close. We really don't support the expansion of this parking lot for this particular business because of the potential adverse environmental impact that it will have on my house and our residents. It's specifically potential flooding, spillover from changes to the detention pond, other forms of pollution. When we moved to Homer Glen, there wasn't anything on the north side of 143rd, Home Depot, Myers, and all that stuff. Nothing was there. But we knew that it was a busy street when we moved in, so we accepted that. And we knew that change and growth is good. But at some point, when it impacts you individually, and I think the residents would agree, you have to say something. So that's all I'm here for. We would like to let folks know that, that we support our village, we try to be good neighbors, but that expansion we don't believe is something that may be necessary from a business perspective, but you also have to think of the residents as well. I have 2 or 3 neighbors who are going to be impacted potentially by the expansion of that parking lot. And again, it's just our little corner of the world there. We're on a cul-de-sac. But I think that if you could use some of your discretion and judgment when it comes to either granting or not granting this specific exception to the zoning, we'd appreciate it. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of my wife and myself who've lived here for 30 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Don Bailey. You don't have to run, it's okay, we'll wait for you. I think so.
Good evening, my name is Don Bailey. I'm a resident of Homer since 1979, for a very long time. I have spoken before the Plan Commission before in regard to the Booth project. At the planning level, at some meetings we had informally, and I'm here tonight having to take my notes. I didn't realize 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to knock this down as quickly as I can. Virtually everything I have to say to you folks tonight is included in the packet of material that you've received from the Plan Commission and whoever provides this information to you. So I don't think I'm telling you anything too brand new, but I think it's important that I get on the record why this project for Dr. Booth should not be approved. Nothing against Dr. Booth at all. Did my children's braces, as a matter of fact, so he's a good guy. But I'm strongly opposed to the project for the following reasons, and I want to just get them on record. You guys know this. The original plat from 1984 does not anticipate this change. It specifically says that the property cannot be used for the purposes for which Dr. Booth wants to use the project. If you look on the plat, it's right there, and again, it's in your package of goodies that you're going to get today. There have been no new studies. There have been some partial comment made, but there's no actual studies about the effects that water's going to have. The gentleman just made the statement that they back up to the project. I've got pictures, you've got pictures that show there is water that accumulates there, and I think before anything would be done, there should be a new water study created. It's expensive and takes time. Number 3, the original petition requested was either 9 or 11 variances. When you get to needing 9 or 11 variances for a very small parcel of property, something's wrong in my opinion. All those variances to put a parking lot in, I don't know if it's 1,000 square feet, whatever it is, but boy, that sure seems quite unusual to me, and I don't think it should be approved. Now, most importantly, in 2012, the Board of Homer approved a variance that pretty much said 143rd was going to be widened and expanded, and the county needed to know where they're going to put water. So they were worried that the water would be affecting the property.
30 seconds.
And if I can have a couple more minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Is there a motion to grant additional 3 minutes?
So moved.
Trustee Consolino?
Second.
Trustee Reinders, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll get done as quickly as I can. The 2012 ordinance pretty much says unequivocally, no further development of this piece of property. That's this board that said that in 2012. There's also a code, the overflow ordinance, I think it may be called, that talks about the fact that you can't take areas that were once designed as detention, retention, or open areas, and because the rules were different 35 or 40 years ago when these subdivisions started, you can now change the use of those properties. The rules are there. It is, I don't understand it. It's so clear to me that you can't develop this piece of property. Please review your packet. You've got opinions of Dr. Booth's attorney, the Modelsky's attorney, village attorney, but I think if you look at everything carefully, you see this project should never have got off the ground in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have two names on the same line, but I'll call each one. Rich Modelsky and Janet, if you want to, there you go. Or you have to approach, you can give it to Joe.
Yeah. Thank you. Janet's got a packet. So just wanted to get some things on the record. So Melissa King was asking us about how we knew that that land was non-buildable, and I think Don touched on it. But the first document was submitted from the 1984, which states the bottom portion of the plat would give 0% chance of flooding with no development. After the development, there's 49% chance of flooding. There's also the second document that Don talked about from 2012. The Village Homer Glen meeting granted variances from Water Resource Management to Will County for the detention ponds to provide stormwater detention, attributed it to the public roadway improvement on 143rd Street. It states that Will County is making these requests as owner of the detention ponds, one of the Lancaster subdivision, which is to the east of us, and the other Derby Hills Unit 4 subdivision, which is the property in question. The variances were requested to obtain the required storage volume within the limits of detention ponds. The existing dry bottom ponds were reconstructed to provide stormwater detention for roadway improvements. The Village Board of Trustees found the requested variances to be consistent with the purpose of the Water Resource Management Ordinance, and the following criteria were met: that the variances will not increase measurably the probability of flood damage to insurable structures, which Mr. Rodriguez pointed out. He's got an insurable structure and doesn't know if he can get insurance for those water things. That the detention of stormwater shall also contribute to the improvement of quality of stormwater runout, and the utmost important was the high quality of natural areas preserved on the site without limiting the generality of the foregoing native trees, existing wetlands, and natural floodplains. The request for the variances and the regulations for water resource management ordinances were of maximum depth as the detention ponds are now. They cannot be dug out any further. The document also stated that the applicant shall at all times comply with terms and conditions of the variances, and it ends with, the ordinance shall be in full force and effect upon its passage, approval, and publication as required by law. The variances were adopted by this board under Mayor James Daly and 6 elected trustees. They were, these documents find out that these documents were not included in the packet that you received from the board. So we actually added them to that. The sale of the document to Booth also, the Donics also state that it is purchased with the easement and restrictions. The people who signed the
30 seconds.
Purchase agreement from Booth Orthodontics agreed to all conditions. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Modelsky, did you want to speak too, or you're good? Okay. Jay Rohde.
Mayor, Board of Trustees, residents. Nature and harmony, dark skies, community. That is what we are known for in Homer Glen. That's why a lot of us don't live here anymore. Some of us moved from the city of Chicago. There's only a few roads in Homer Glen that if you're driving through Homer Glen embody those definitions. One of them's Hadley Road. And earlier, not too long ago, I commend the board, the village board, and the township board for working together to save Hadley Road. That is now, that we own that road, and no one can come in and tell us what to do with it. And that's awesome. But there's another road that screams the same embodiment, and that's 143rd Street. This past weekend, I was able to speak with quite a few residents, and they're upset. They're scared, they're angry. Some people are about to lose their homes and they're crying. Now, we do know that the township has made certain moves and they're involved in promoting a lawsuit against Will County. I'm here to ask our board, the Village of Homer Glen, is there any way we can do the same thing? When the township and the village work together, we accomplish great things. We incorporated almost a little bit over 20 years ago, and that was because we wanted to stop the encroachment of Lockport, Orland, our surrounding communities from taking us over, okay? This is why we became a village. If we can't save people's properties, then why do we even exist? Please, see, I know that, Mike, I know you guys are monitoring the system, and we're looking at it. And I'm not pointing fault at anybody here, because I think you guys all have the same sentiment on saving 143rd. I'm here to ask, I'm Homer PC 11, okay? I'm precinct captain, and I talk to people in my area as well. Now, they don't back up to 143rd Street, but they don't want it either. I haven't met, and I don't mean I haven't met a single person, and I don't mean I met one person. I have not met one single person in our community that wants this to happen. I'm asking, can we do something, guys?
30 seconds.
Please. These people are upset. We can be able to work together. Get on board with the township. Put differences aside. Let's make this happen for the residents. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Sharon Suisse.
Hello. Take a look back to July 2019, exactly 5 years ago, when Mr. Ballage stated in front of the Township Board that he was totally against a community center, pole barn type of concept, and he would be against it whether it was 1, 5, or 10 years down the road, as it would raise the residents' taxes and take away business from our local establishments. So what happened since then for him to make a 180-degree turnaround? Is this supposed to be some type of legacy left behind? Without access to a sewer line, a huge septic system will be needed for such a large building. Maintenance will be a concern. What about safety issues on 151st after an event? What about added insurance expenses to the taxpayer to cover the building and venues? How can taxes not be raised when staff should be on hand during day, evening, and weekend events? I'm just touching on some of the issues with this project. Will this become something else that the village will have to eventually take over, just like with the township parks? How can you vote on such a project without knowing all the issues that will be related to it? Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Sabo.
Just checking to see that you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Margaret Sabo. The ideas for a civic center uses proposed by the Homer Township Board are nice ideas that belong somewhere else, not as a Trentino open space property. I state this as a former member of the Open Space Campaign Committee and former member of the Homer Township Open Space Committee from 1999 to 2021. The township should ask the school district to provide a gymnasium space already available and enter into a community project for it instead of building a gym. The project is not financially sound and very costly to build, a civic center, parking, and landscaping.
Hiring employees, staff to teach classes and manage the property will also be very costly. Relying on grants and donations is very iffy. A gym multi-purpose room takes up most of the space in addition to restrooms and storage. More money is needed to make it useful for other activities inside. This is not what the 2020 referendum was about, nor does the project carry out the referendum. The township wants quick approval because they have a grant for a fraction of the cost they must use this year. They already purchased the building before this project was approved. They did not do what they had to do, what the public asked for, and that was to hear the public's ideas, to hear the township residents, and that's us. The planning, purchasing, and paying companies was all done in secret. No step in the process went out to bid. The township has not displayed any cautious use of funds, but expects donations from us to fund the project. Who put the building on the east? Why put the building on the east side? Supervisor Balich wrote in a township newsletter that a stage would be built and entertainment would bring large groups of people. Is room being left for this? That kind of entertainment is a problem for the neighborhood, traffic and safety. It sounds like the township has not disclosed their whole Trantina plan yet. The previous Open Space Committee intended to have a green building that would help pay for utilities, a simple, inexpensive, pre-engineered pole barn using some of the open space money left for matching grant. Also, it planned to use environmentally sound practices like permeable pavement so water could soak into the ground.
30 seconds.
Thank you. May I have just a little bit more?
Is there a motion to grant Ms. Sable an additional
motion.
3 minutes? Trustee McNaughton, Trustee Fielko, all in favor?
Aye.
Please carry on.
Thank you all. During Homer Harvest Days at Trantina, traffic assistance from EMA was necessary because of location, and the hill on 151st Street doesn't present a clear view. This is a problem even for one car. I live in the area. Another problem of serious concern is the septic, which would be located in what is termed very limited soil conditions, meaning the accumulated waste cannot percolate into the ground properly, causing a very serious health problem for everyone. I recommend the Homer Glen Board put stipulations on the project to prevent an unfinished plan for the community's sake, to prevent undue hardship and complications, to guarantee that the project is to be finished. That is, no construction is to take place until an appropriate amount of money is raised to complete the project, or will the taxpayers pay in the end anyway? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sable. Brent Portfolio.
Brent Portfolio, Homer Township Highway Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, trustees, for letting me speak. I want to talk about Trantina real quick. Got an annexation agreement here. This was signed on January 26, 2022. It was a result of the township and the village working together to annex the property into the village. And I wanted to read a paragraph out of this to everybody to tell you about what benefits they saw in this project. The village, after due and careful consideration, has concluded that the annexation of the subject property would further the growth of the village, enable the village to control the development of the area, increase economic development opportunities, increase the taxable value of the property within the village, extend the corporate limits and jurisdiction of the village, permit the sound planning and development of the village, and otherwise enhance and promote the general welfare of the village. Positive things from the township and the village working together in the annexation agreement more than 2 years ago. That's how this project started. The Civic Center is located in the center of the township, not the village, because the township goes all the way to Lamont Road. It doesn't stop at the west edge of the village. I wanted to say thank you to Melissa King and the Planning and Zoning Commission for their working on this case and for their unanimous approval last month. I would like to thank the village manager, Joe Baber, and the village engineer, Brett Westcott, for taking Jay and the landmark team through the permitting process, which I believe is finished. Just some I's got to be dotted and T's crossed. This extensive building permit process looked at all of the items that I've heard in public comment tonight. Wetland delineation and mitigation, stormwater management, ADA and emergency access, soils analysis and investigation, infiltration tests for the septic field, traffic impact study to see if signals or turning lanes were required on 151st Street. These are just some of the things that they looked at. And the Illinois Department of Public Health is involved as well in the well and septic system approval system. So they looked at everything. The village did an excellent job of oversight and checks and balances for this whole process to make sure everyone is protected. This facility is benefiting the township and the village residents, the special needs community, and seniors, and is not competing against local
30
businesses.
seconds.
It's planned for nonprofit groups, and the gym is required for special needs activities. It's being built without raising taxes, it's using grant money, and it's not competing, like I said before. There's nothing like this in the township. Lastly, for the 143rd people, I wanted to say that an intergovernmental agreement has been processed today and signed by the township, and we will be filing it with the county to take over 143rd Street. If the court case which we filed in county court is successful, hopefully that's going to come about in the next 5 to 6 months, because right now it's being volleyed around by different judges at the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Heidi Pasella?
Hi, my name is Heidi, and I'm here to speak about the 143rd Street project. I just wanted to note that development or benefit to a community, expanding roads is not a development or benefit to a community when it forces people in their homes into segregation. And an example is when President Biden in March of this year spoke in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and he dedicated $3 billion to restore communities that were split by highways. So he's trying to right the wrong, and the government realizes that too many roads, too much expansion, in fact, does not connect people. It segregates them, it decimates communities, it does not bring connection at all. So the $3 billion that he's proposing is to bring the communities back together. So basically 143rd Street in Homer Glen, it's being used by the county and other entities as an expressway westward for trucks and eastward for shopping, among other things. There are other roadways already built that go east and west. 143rd Street should be considered for better safety measures, slower speeds, a stoplight, and other factors to ensure the safety of the school children that go to the school on that road, for the fire department, for the places of worship that are there, for the businesses, and for the people that have their homes there. So I'm asking you to please consider doing more than just monitoring the Senate bill for quick take. Please give guidance to the community that is asking you to come up with a solution. And thank you for your time. And thank you to everyone that's out here that is speaking about all their topics. This is what a community is about.
Thank you. Bill Zalewski. Oh, that's right. All right, Gail Schneider.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Thank you so much for going through such a large packet. I've done that before, and I know that sometimes it can feel kind of thankless in the moment, so thank you for doing that. I want to talk about the Trantina Farm Civic Center. So I have two concerns about the project right now. One is the septic field, and the other one is how the township will fund this project to completion. And I understand that's not necessarily anything that you can do about it, but I have some points to make on it. Homer Township has been trying to back its way into this project since they thought it up, repeatedly putting the cart before the horse. First, they tried to sell open space to fund this project without a real plan, and before they even knew what type of project was reasonable. Then they had clay soil dumped on the property without a permit from the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency that they now have to remove. Now they supposedly have a grant for a septic and well, but they have not even submitted that plan to the county for approval. Mr. Porfilio, the Township Highway Commissioner, commented online that the septic field was approved by the village. It has not been approved. It has not even been approved by the Will County Health Department yet. So is the public being lied to or manipulated yet again? With their track record, I do not know why you would believe they are acting in good faith. There is a saying, trust but verify, but maybe not with the township. You must check, double check, then maybe verify. You should not approve their request at this time without a full understanding of what is required for the septic system on the property to work. If you have problems, that they have a supposed deadline with their grant. Has anyone at the village seen the grant? Have you seen if they've applied for the grant or in the process of applying? Do not feel pressured to their deadline. Think this through and get the answers. The Will County Health Department may say that the township must remove soils and replace it with other soils so the septic will work properly. If they have to remove 12 inches of soil, they have to leave that for a year before they can use the septic system. You know, if they remove 36 inches, they're going to have to wait 3 years before they can use it. So based on the report from Will Cook Soil, even if their information is based on old maps, nothing much has changed in the proposed area, and I would expect they will have to do something with the soil or and the septic for it to work. The village's slogan is
30
community.
seconds.
The village's slogan is community and nature in harmony, and many surrounding areas depend on well and septic, and I hope that you'll do everything possible to make sure the groundwater is not contaminated there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Bonomo.
All right, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Board. Good evening, Homer Township, Homer Glen residents. My name is Michael Bonomo. I'm a Homer Township trustee. Year 3 is in the books for an event I look forward to each year, have in recent time. The most important person I'd like to thank, and this is related to Homerfest, is Dan Fialco for allowing me to provide a venue for our Homer Township seniors to enjoy the food and festivities at Homerfest. So after considering a senior event, I discussed the idea of including local veterans. And with the help of Michelle Kerfin, who on the first Monday of each month has a Veterans Breakfast at Blueberry Hill. And with that, we changed the event to a Senior Veterans Day. The list of people to thank for this event are as follows. As mentioned, Dan Fialco, who since taking over running Homerfest, provided me the platform. A special thanks to Mucho Salsa, Culver's, Edible Arrangements, Joey's Red Hots, and Babalu Pizza for providing extreme generosity with meals provided to the seniors and veterans. Nothing Bun Cake, thanks to the mayor for making a call, provided 180 bun cakes to the veterans. And that, you know, you can't ask for more than that. The mayor also helped out with providing 20 American flags, which made it an amazing patriotic event for the veterans. Can't thank her enough. Many volunteers who came out to help with the setup and serving food, including my wife Jill, which was a surprise, Luann and Mark Garwin, Cara Farhurst from Senior Helpers, and they provide in-home senior care. From Homer Township, Patty Komar, Vicki Bozen, and my tag team of Trustee Angel Shake, and my co-chair, Cindy Laha. Without the volunteers, this event would not have happened. As for the veterans portion, the Veterans Garage, if anyone was there at the veterans event, they provided 2 pieces of military equipment, which made it really a unique experience. The Emerald Society Bagpipes came out and performed, and thanks to the village for assisting with that portion of the entertainment. Homer Township extended their generosity and provided the food for our guests. When the smoke cleared on a great Sunday afternoon, we counted approximately 180 seniors and veterans that showed up at Homerfest that day. Each one left with a smile on their face and a great appreciation for giving them an opportunity to feel special in our community. The Veterans Tribute was an opportunity to show them that Homer cares and would like to show their appreciation for defending our freedom. In my opinion, mission accomplished. In closing, once again, I want to thank Dan Fialco, who made a huge difference in our community with the vision and dedication when it came to Homerfest. He put together a great group of people in the committee, and the results showed each year. At times, he may drive people a little crazy, but in the end, everyone knows that his heart is bigger than a lion. He truly cares about the people of Homer Glen and realizes that all eyes are on him when it comes to Homerfest. He definitely takes that to heart. Being at his last year, I would like to ask everyone to give Dan a round of applause for a great job he did at Homerfest. Thank God and God bless.
Thank you, Mike. Marianne Kai? Oh, Marianne. Hi.
Hi. I'm here on behalf of the Homer 143rd Street project, totally against it. I've been in Homer Glen for over 30 years, opened a dance studio in 1983, not 1883. That would make me look really young right now. In 83, when there was nothing but cornfields. I lived on 143rd for over 20 years and watched the traffic increase and problems arise. I see the neighbors up and down 143rd and the homes and the families that are there that have been there longer than me, beautiful homes, are going to be affected by this. Mine not so much, I'm in a commercial zoned area, but the people around me that grew up coming to my dance studio are being affected by it, and it breaks my heart. I have been going to meetings and listening to everyone that's trying to support this cause, and I keep seeing it grow. More and more people keep showing up, and I'm really happy to see that, and I'm trying to get my butt in the fire here, and I'm ashamed that I'm waiting for this, something that's affecting me, that I'm getting involved in government. But as someone who's been elected for us, not for anything else, I'm hoping that you're doing the best you can, because I'm not hearing that that's the best that we can do. I am hearing things that it's not something that's being handled for the people. It is for the county, and it's not for us. And I'm hoping you, as everyone elected here, sitting in front of us, we're trusting in you to do your best for us. That's all I needed to say.
Thank you, Marianne. Diane Delaney.
Hello. I've lived here for about 15 years. My driveway's right on 143rd Street, so this is going to affect me tremendously. I don't understand the reasoning for it. My window faces west, right on 143rd Street, and after 6:30, 1-2 cars every couple minutes. There's no reason for it. The traffic's not there. I don't know where the county's coming up with their traffic numbers, but it's not true. So if you're going to weigh, the residents' concerns to what the county wants, I really hope you go our way.
Thank you. Vince P-E-R, Vince Perfredo? I totally butchered that, didn't I? Clearly.
That's all right.
You have doctor's handwriting. Are you a doctor?
No, far from it. Thank you very much. A 22-year residence. My family pretty much, grew up here. It's pretty sad to see this expansion of 143rd Street, so we oppose it. It's kind of emotional, but I'll get through it. It just, I've been to all these meetings from day one, and it just doesn't seem like people are listening. It just doesn't. I go to Will County meetings. I've gone to meetings over here. Pretty much any banquet hall that they've had them at on Southwest Highway. And so many people show up to these. don't want this expansion to go through. And the last meeting I go to was Will County, just to come to find out that it's vetoed after all these county members, you know, the majority don't want it. They listen to us, and we're talking about a packed room. A lot of people don't want this, and I'm not real big on government, but how one person could veto something that the majority don't want, I don't understand that. And forgive me, I'm not, you know, I'm very, very confused when I hear all this stuff. So the veto, the reason for the veto, from what I understand, is they don't want to waste the money. And maybe I'm wrong, you know. But all these years and effort and money in studies, well, from day one when I went to these meetings, it seemed to me that nobody wanted it from day one. So why was the money wasted from day one on studies when majority of the people showing up didn't want it? So I don't understand that part, why we went so far, and then to come full circle.
30 seconds.
To come full circle, I apologize. It takes me a little bit to get warmed up here, but if you get me going, I could take another 3 minutes, but not that you guys want to listen. But I just feel we're full circle again. The whole veto thing just didn't make sense to me, and as it probably doesn't to a lot of people. And I understand there's a suit. I guess on the agenda would be nice, next meeting in August, maybe to consider purchasing or taking part with Homer, and maybe between the two we could take over this highway, keep this nice, you know, 2 lanes, 35 miles an hour would be nice. I'd be happy with that.
That would do it.
Yeah, you know, I'm not.
Time has expired. Would you like an additional 3 minutes, or are you good?
Yeah, if that would be okay.
Would you like an additional 3
Yes,
minutes?
please.
Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Yep,
Trust-
thank you. Yep.
All in favor?
Thank you very much.
All right, now that you're warmed up, let it out.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Let it out.
No, I'm not a public speaker, obviously. But all right, so I'd be okay with. I'm okay with compromise, and I think a lot of these people are also. I live on 143rd. I'm okay with compromise. 35 miles an hour. Take care of the safety issues that may be at hand, such as Cedar, I think. Take care of that issue, maybe turning lane or something there, and maybe consider, like I said, putting it on the agenda for next meeting to maybe consider somehow purchasing this property. I'm not big on lawsuits. I don't believe in them, but I do understand sometimes that's how you got to get things done. So thank you very much for all your time. It's much appreciated, all the work everybody does. And thank you very much for listening to a nervous wreck.
You did great.
Yeah,
You did great.
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, I don't even know whoever signed up next. So I'm just going to skip that person for now, and then whoever didn't have a chance to speak can go. Sandy McCalca? Oh, you're one of the agenda items? Okay, was there somebody that signed in that didn't get to speak? Because I can't read that writing. Nobody?
That was probably me.
Oh, would you like to speak?
Sure.
Come on up.
Is it like an N?
I'm not really sure what it is.
Or an A?
Is that you?
Nope, that's not me.
That's all I have. Bill, are you Bill?
No, that's me.
Oh. What is that? Okay, so does anybody want to speak that has not signed in?
Well, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. But I don't know who that is. I'm sorry if I missed you.
All right, my name is Neil Rudnick, and I think it was my 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Pollack, always said to say something nice before you got to a criticism. So the thing nice, two things. Regarding to Homerfest, the opening day with the special needs program thing is awesome. I mean, I don't know of anyone else that does that. That is a sign of a community that really takes everybody into account. So kudos. The second nice thing is I'm probably the baby here so far. I lived in Homer Glen on 143rd for 11 years. So raising a family, I love having my children raised up in Homer Glen. It is awesome. And to get to my point, I'm firmly against the expansion for 143rd. I live on it selfishly. I don't want to have my front lawn turn into a superhighway, and for all the other reasons that everyone has already articulated. And the second point, and the criticism, and not necessarily for the village, but just because you spend $6 million or whatever the dollar amount is not a reason to spend more money on a bad idea. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Neil, I apologize. You were on there. I just missed it. And the name I couldn't read was Joe Parenti, but if you want to hold your comments till later, or if you wanted to speak now, you're good? Okay. Well, we made it through public comment. We are now going to move on to reports and communications from President and other officers. Village Manager Joe Baber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The mayor, a few trustees, our attorneys, residents, and I attended the Illinois Commerce Commission Forum on the proposed Illinois American water rate increase on Monday in Bolingbrook. Opposition of the proposed increase was communicated during a long public comment period. I recently reached out to the Citizens Utility Board to provide additional information and assistance. We will continue our due diligence in opposition of this rate increase matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Village Trustees. Trustee Consolino.
Hey, good evening. I would like to take time to acknowledge tonight that our former president and current presidential candidate, Donald J. Trump, was nearly assassinated a few weeks ago. An amazing fireman and hero, Corey Compatore, was murdered during this assassination attempt. 2 other innocent bystanders were shot as well. In a time when our country is so divided and polarized over politics, I would like to sincerely ask our residents always to try and always to put our community first before politics. We have 2 upcoming elections over the next 9 months in Homer Glen. Please try to remember to focus on humanity and compassion before politics. In the village of Homer Glen, we've had a lot go on since our last board meeting in June. We had a very successful Homerfest take place, in which I would like to give a very heartfelt praise and big thank you to Trustee Dan Fialco, Homerfest Committee, and to all of our staff and our volunteers who worked to make it happen. Unfortunately, this was Trustee Fialco's last year with the fest, and I cannot thank him enough for his passion and efforts that he has put into Homerfest year after year, even after false accusations, liquor licenses with forgeries, and combative board members who try to sabotage his goals for each fest. This year's Homerfest was again very successful. And I would like to take the time to point out and correct a mistake that was made at our Veteran and Senior Day. Sadly, Trustee Fialco, Homer Township officials, and selfless volunteers were completely left out of being acknowledged for their contributions for celebration of that day. I would like to believe that this was just an oversight by our village, and that this has nothing to do with the politics or upcoming political campaigns. Therefore, I think it's proper for the village to acknowledge those that organized the Veteran and Seniors event that took place at Homerfest on Sunday, June 30th. The event had a great turnout and received a lot of positive feedback from those who attended. Without the following people, this event would not have been possible: Village Trustee Dan Fialco, Township Trustee Michael Bonomo, Township Clerk Vicki Bozen, Township Trustee Angel Shake, Mrs. Cindy Laha, Patty Comar, Jill Bonomo, Luann and Mark Gowan, and Kara Fairhouse from Senior Helpers. These volunteers are the ones who work to make it happen. So I'm thanking and acknowledging you for all that you do all year long to acknowledge and assist our senior citizens and our veterans. You make a difference, and it is appreciated. In reporting for the Environment Committee tonight, it's with a very heavy heart that I must acknowledge that our liaison for our committee and Director of Planning and Zoning resigned this month. Melissa King has taken on another position with another municipality, and I want to acknowledge Melissa to our community, because although she did not live here in Homer Glen, she treated our village as if it was her home. She treated our residents as if they were her neighbors. She embraced our visions, all of them, even when each of us had a different one. Melissa followed our codes and ordinances, and she knew them like the back of her hand. She was fundamental in supporting and providing information to our Planning Commission. With our Environment Committee, Melissa's passion for our community and nature with harmony was unsurpassed. Melissa was family to our staff and to our elected officials. She went above and beyond on a daily basis, and she took pride in her job and everything she did for our community. Replacing Melissa, her knowledge, her passion, and her ability to culturally mesh with our staff and our elected officials will be a near impossible task. There are times I would have never had the ability to make the best informed decisions that I could regarding planning and zoning, without Director King's expertise. I grew on this dais as a person and as a village official because of her. With this acknowledgement, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to her and my heartfelt wishes for her pursuit to further her career. Best of luck, Melissa King. We will miss you immensely. And that's all.
Thank you. Trustee Fialko.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First, I'd also like to say thank you to Melissa King. She was instrumental in solving a lot of our problems and answering all of our questions throughout the years. To replace her is going to be quite the challenge here in Homer Glen. But again, I'd like to thank Melissa King for all the hard work that she put in throughout the years. Moving to Homerfest, Homerfest has been talked a lot about tonight. So I'm just going to go through this real quick. I'd like to thank first the Fest Committee, and that's Debbie Stevens, who is the co-chair. I always refer to her as the godmother of Homerfest because she's been with the fest since its infancy. Long ago when it was just the township running it when it got started. So she's been there forever. Mike Carlson, the voice of Homerfest 2024, 23, 22, and 21. Amazing the work that man did with all of our bands. Tony Drabeck, Ethan Fialko, Mark Gowron, Paul McGarry, Jay Rohde, Sue Stalin, John Walters, and Mike Bonomo. I'll just read real quick what I put out there to thank everybody. Homerfest was an amazing success this year and a great way to kick off the summer of 2024. The powerful collaboration of a team that consists of Homerfest committee, band, sponsors, village staff, volunteers, vendors, the Homer Glen Police Department, Homer Glen Fire Department, Homer Township, and with Homer Township, they let us across their property, and they put an IGA together, allowing us to use their property. So the cooperation between the township and the village for the fest, everything worked perfect. They also allowed us to park over on their property. So the organizations in the community all coming together to celebrate one of the finest 4-day annual events in Homer Glen's own Ravinia in the Glen. That's kind of like what I gave it. And I'm sorry for getting a little bit emotional, but as my fourth and final year as the Homerfest chair, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone who has contributed to Homerfest's continued success over the years. Best regards, Dan Fialko, Homer Chair 2024. With that said, I'd like everybody to take a look. I've asked Mike to cue up some things that were the important things. I'd like, Mike, that first picture, if you could show it on the screen, what Homerfest looked like in 2021. And then I want to show you what the team did over the years. So is Mike back there to put there we go. If we could expand it, that's what Homerfest started off in 2021. I was appointed chair in July of 2021, and then Mike, could you put the next picture up and show everybody who maybe hadn't been to Homerfest what the fest looked like and the stage, and we changed it to an open concept where everybody was able to sit in the park, didn't have to move for fireworks, didn't have to come out of the tent for fireworks, and that is what the stage looked like. If we had a laser light show throughout the fest. Mike, if you could show that picture now. And then if you could show the crowd now, we had a super turnout on Saturday. We did have a rainy date, the one before that. That is what the crowd looked like on Saturday night. It was shoulder to shoulder with all the people. But now, there's two favorite parts that I had at Homerfest, and they're about 30-second clips each, but we had three individuals come up. They're very young kids, and I'll tell you who they were in a second, say the Pledge of Allegiance, and it went over so well with everybody. I'd like everybody to just hear it. So Mike, if you could hit play. No volume, Mike?
He's working on it.
Oh, I'm looking over there. Can we start it all over, Mike? Oh, you did. Okay, that's good.
Nights for you. You can see that all at homerfest.com. But right now, we've got a special treat for you. If everybody could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and take your hats off. We have some special guests here. Come on up.
This had never been done at Homerfest before.
All right, we've got the flag here. We've got, hey, could you tell me your name?
Juliana.
And your name?
Westland. Olivia.
All right, and they're going to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much, girls.
All right. And then if we could just show that last clip, Mike. What we did is we have a plunger that starts the fireworks, and we always have a special needs person. This year it was Christian Portfolio.
Okay, we have Christian Portfolio who is going to take, and we're going to do a countdown together. So this is crowd participation, all right? Are we ready? Yeah. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah!
And well, thank you for letting me share that. I just want to say, to cap it off,
okay,
I'm done with this is my fourth year. I was assigned in July of 2021. This was my last year with Homerfest. But I want to thank Mayor Yukich, even though there were some hard things that I went through in the beginning. He allowed me to take Homerfest, and he really didn't get involved that much. He just let us do our thing. We had 3 people quit for the 3 that quit. I brought in 2 for everyone that quit. Nevertheless, we were able to bring it to a new level. I hope everybody was happy with it. But also with Mayor Knightsky-Troike, she also was allowed me to keep Homerfest for this last year. She could have changed that, but I'm thinking she had the confidence in me to get it done, and we did as a team. And again, there's no I in this whole thing for Homerfest, and I'm going to put it to rest now, but it takes a team, the whole village, everybody involved, from the sponsors to the vendors and the carnival. Gentleman spoke about special needs. Special needs started with Juanita Salerno, and we gave her, she passed away from ALS, and we actually gave them an award that night for Juanita that was very well received. And I hope whoever is the future lead for Homerfest is able to keep special needs involved throughout its course. So thank you very much for allowing me to be your Homerfest chair.
Thank you, Trustee Fiocco. Trustee McNaughton.
you have anything to report?
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, thank you to Melissa King for all of your services to the village. Melissa, we will miss you. Also, I'd like to say a big thank you to Trustee Fialco for the massive success and contributions to HomerFest. But tonight we stand united in the face of a grave and disheartening event, the assassination attempt on former President Trump and the murder of a fellow American and hero. In moments like these, it is imperative that we reaffirm our commitment to the principles that define our great nation: the rule of law, respect for life, and the rejection of violence in all of its forms. Violence has no place in our society. It undermines our democracy, erodes our freedoms, and threatens the very foundation upon which our country stands. Regardless of our political differences, we must come together as one people to denounce this heinous act and to send a clear message that such behavior will never be tolerated. I would like to take this moment to express our deepest gratitude to the brave men and women in blue, our police officers and first responders. May we all commit ourselves to building a better, safer, and more peaceful future for our children and for generations to come. Thank you, and may God bless America.
Thank you, Trustee McNaughton. I would just like the record to reflect that Mayor Kneitzke-Troicke had to step out for a moment and that I will assume the chair until she returns. Okay. Trustee Mason.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to echo some of our village manager's sentiments. IAW, for lack of better words, are trying to take advantage of not only us, but Bolingbrook, myself, Trustee Steilen, Trustee Rose Reinders, our mayor were in attendance. It was almost as painful as one of these meetings being as long as possible. The consensus is that taxation without representation, basically. And I want to thank Sue Steilen personally. She had a great commentary during that. We represented ourselves well. Mayor Kneitzke-Troicke did as well. And Joe was there too. I'm sorry, Joe, I almost missed you, young man, keeping us abreast of everything that's transpiring. So we really do appreciate that. Seems like a lot of trustees stole all the thunder tonight, which is very good. Thank you, Trustee Fialco, for everything you do. I also want to thank Public Works and Debbie Stevens. I've been over there. I've seen how hard she works. Mr. Woods, our director for Public Works, our village staff, Parks, and Jen Victori. You guys all do a great job. Even Mr. Carlson had some really nice words to say tonight, which threw me for a loop, but great job, Mike. Mr. Fialco, you've done an outstanding job. I don't want to forget, because we back the blue, we back our military, our first responders. Thank you, Lieutenant Pete Piazza, you did a great job as well. I did want to talk about Corey Campitori. First and foremost, I want to say a word about this division that is festering in the United States. It is in our cities and our villages. It's ridiculous, and it's out of control. It's in the news, on social media, or wherever, especially we're seeing it, and it shouldn't be happening with our elected officials. I'm sure we all know a few of them. We just had an ex-president who had an assassination attempt on his life and was shot with a sniper's bullet. Thank God he wasn't seriously injured. But because of the volatile narratives, and especially by our mainstream media outlets, we cannot continue to demonize our leaders. We need to focus on policies. Now, 3 others were also shot by this would-be assassin. 2 others were seriously wounded and a third killed. I had already mentioned his name. His name was Corey Campitori. He was a family man that just wanted to enjoy his day and what he believed in with family. My heart goes out to this hero for giving his life to protect his wife and daughter. This man was a first responder, and I personally respect these people for what he did and what they do. Nobody else wants to. So I guess he's used to running into danger. However, that was not his plan for this day. He was an avid support of his beliefs and excited to be there that day. No man, no woman, no child should ever have to face the type of experience that this family is going through. Our prayers go out to Helen, his wife, and his 2 daughters, Kaylee and Allison. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Stylen?
Thank you. In case Melissa King happens to be watching, because she put a lot of work into the items that are on tonight's agenda, I will miss her dearly. She taught me so much when she was here. Also, a big thank you to the Trustee Fialco, and the Homerfest committee and staff and everyone involved, Public Works and sheriffs, and it was a great fest. Thank you so much. And for my report, we just had a fishing derby, our first one on Saturday, and it was a lot of fun, and it was a great representation of community and nature and harmony. I thank the park staff for cleaning up the pond and all the staff that was out there. It was a great event. And then it's definitely going to be repeated as well. And then this Friday, we are continuing our Movie Under the Stars series here at the park. The movie is Migration, and please plan on coming early. The movies begin at dusk. We are going to have a short documentary that was put together by Lemon Films, and it's about Homer Glen. And I think everybody will enjoy seeing that, and I'm sure that we will be sharing it on Facebook and our website as well. Also, just to back up the village manager about the ICC and IAW, we will have information on our website to submit public comments. I really encourage our residents to voice their opinions on this to the Commerce Commission, because, as I said on Monday night, they have never denied a rate increase, and it's about time that they do. And we are planning a parade and Family Fun Day for August 31st. We are still accepting parade applications. And I'd also like to thank all the residents that have come out tonight to speak about 143rd. You are heard. And Trantina, you are also heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stylen. I'm going to just keep my report short. I just would also like to thank Melissa King. Her knowledge and her mentoring, bar none. I don't think we could have made it through the last 3 years without her. She was so knowledgeable when it came to the ordinances. I mean, you'd walk in her office and she'd say, "I know why you're here." And it was just amazing to have somebody like her, and we definitely will miss her. And I do wish her nothing but the best on her new journey. I would also like to thank Trustee Fialco. Trustee Fialco, you have taken the Homerfest to a new level. And I get emotional too. Our community has really rallied around this Homerfest, and it just brings such joy to the community. So thank you so much for your service. We'll miss you. Okay, let me gather my thoughts here. I would like to just to say that the revisions of Heritage Park is on the master plan is very, very close. I'm so excited. We had a meeting this week and we looked at a couple of the renderings, and we think we finally got it down pat. They're going to give us another one more meeting, and then we should be able to bring it public and let everybody and all the residents see what we've done. Another thing that I'd like to mention too is the bid opening for the Villas of Old Oak Park. I know our residents have waited such a long time for a park in that area. So it will be coming to fruition. We just opened the bids up yesterday, so we will be bringing it to committee. Thank you so much to Jennifer, Vittoria, and Ashley. They have worked very diligently on this, and hopefully we will be having a new park there before the end of winter. So that's my report. Okay, moving on. Right, but I'm going to go through all of them first, right? And then we'll take a break. Okay, next is the village clerk.
No report.
Okay, village attorney?
No report, Madam President.
Okay, public safety officials, anybody here? I think they're, okay. Village president, I know the mayor had to step out, so I would just say let her reserve her report for if she is able to come back. I would like to just entertain taking a 5-minute recess for everybody, and then we could resume. Can I get a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Can we call this meeting back to order? Okay, moving on to consent agenda. 1, consider for approval the accounts payable for the period of June 14th, 2024 through July 11th, 2024 in the amount of $1,285,144.44.
So moved.
Consent.
This is consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, consider for approval the accounts payable for the period of July 12th, 2024 through July 25th, 2024 in the amount of $480,360.37. Oh, did you, no, did you?
Which one was it?
No, that was...
Only six,
was not
only
it.
six.
Only 6 from the
Only
consent
6 from the
agenda was
consent
removed.
agenda.
2
Yeah.
was from the regular legislative inaction.
3, consider for approval the treasurer's report of cash and investments for the period ending April 30th, 2024 in the amount of $46,800,284.06. 4, consider for approval to continue professional services with Weiss, Janey, Elsner Associates, Inc. WJE will be providing the village with professional services to design, develop, and construct documents, administration of the bidding process, and provide construction services during the roofing project at the Public Works facility in the amount of $24,500. 5, consider for approval the purchase of a Ford Transit full-size van for the Facilities Department in the amount of $46,880. 7, consider for approval an ordinance declaring surplus property and authorizing its sale. 8, consider for approval the purchase of an F-550 with plow package from Morrow Brothers Ford through the Illinois State contract for the amount of $112,503. 9, consider for approval the quote from EJ Equipment in the amount of $179,913 for the purchase of a new John Deere tractor and Tiger Boom mower. 10, consider for approval the quote from Performance Pipelining, Inc. for the lining of a sewer located at 15942 Crystal Creek Drive, Homer Glen, in the amount of $20,500. 11, consider for approval the replacement of the AC condenser that controls the main lobby, building department hallway, and building department foyer in the amount of $24,975. 12, consider for approval to allow the Facilities Department to proceed with obtaining quotes to replace 5 doors at the Village Hall. And then moving on to 13, consider for approval a request for the Village Board to reverse the denial of a video, oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one, wrong one.
There's been
It's only
a few,
12.
there's been a few revisions.
It's only 12. So do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Right.
Trustee
So we're going
McNaughton?
up.
Aye.
Right.
This is 3, this, after it's called.
I'm going to, exactly. All right, so this is 1. Okay. Moving on to legislation and action items. Can't talk tonight. We're going to 9. Yeah,
All nine.
I got it. Okay. L9. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance granting, 1, a special use permit for a planned unit development with certain exceptions, 2, a special use permit for a community center, and 3, a site plan for a community center building and accessory parking lot for certain real property located in the A1 Agricultural District at 15744 and 15800 West 151st Street, Homer Glen, Illinois, subject to the following conditions. PUD conditions. 1, meet all applicable engineering codes and requirements for final engineering prior to form site plan approval. 2, meet all applicable building codes and apply for all applicable required building permits. 3, any daycare use would require an amendment to the PUD and any applicable processes set forth in the village code. 4, require Bradford pear, miscanthus, and I can't even say that word, species proposed on the landscape plan to be submitted for a non-invasive comparable plant material. 5, require a dense evergreen vegetation along the east side of the building and parking lot. PUD exceptions. 1, to allow the parking lot landscape islands to be non-curbed. 2, to allow the garage receptacle to be located in the front yard where garbage receptacles are not permitted. 3, to allow the storage area of the garbage receptacle, they must be constructed of composite fencing. 4, to allow off-street parking in the required front yard. 5, to allow one wall sign on the south elevation of the proposed community center that meets the P1 zoning district wall sign regulations. 6, to allow the existing monument sign dual post to be relocated. Only one monument sign shall be allowed, and any future replacement sign shall meet the P1 zoning district monument regulations.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Trustee Stylen, Trustee Fielko. Is there discussion?
Yes. Actually, I would like to table this item. And the reason being is in the Will Cook's soil and water report, it said that the soil was very limited for a building and for a septic. Now, we received word from Jay Braddock today that there is a septic plan, but we have not seen a septic plan. And I would like to see something approved by Will County first. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Dan.
Dan?
I had a second. I don't believe we should be tabling this item. We got the, Mr. Westcott gave us some information today on that to update us. This has been going on for a long time. The Planning Commission has approved this. We just to start off from the beginning, I'd like to say, for this, a long time ago, there was, in 1998, there was a voter approval to sought by open space slow development. And now this is what it said on January 12, 1998. The Preservation Homer Committee recommended last week that the township ask voters to approve a $10 million bond issue. If the board approves the idea, Supervisor Ron Savara, who is way 3 supervisors ago, I believe, or more, could be held in November. The money would be used to purchase lands for parks, to build a bike trail, a community center. The Preservation Homer Committee, which is an official committee of the township, is looking for ways to slow development and halt annexations by nearby municipalities. Savara said preserving open space is one way the township's atmosphere could be improved. So this was started a long time ago. At this point, what the township, for the folks that don't know, what the township did on January 26, 2022, what they did is they annexed Trantina Farm into Homer Glen to protect our boundary. So we were working together 2 years ago to protect the boundary so that annexation from Lockport doesn't happen. So the thing is, the Planning Commission then looked at this, and it took a couple meetings, and they approved approved of it 4-1. We don't have a park district building, and we don't want to raise taxes to come up with a park district building for the village, so this fits perfectly in Homer Glen. It'll take care of senior events, special needs, sports. There are no tax increases that are planned to go along with this project. Volunteers are expected to help get it kick-started as far as if you're wondering how it would be staffed. There is grant funding that is that has been given to the township for that project. And this project doesn't just affect Homer Glen. I mean, we're kind of voting on this as Homer Glen, but realistically, this doesn't just affect the 24,500 people in Homer Glen. What it does, it includes, the township includes also Lamont residents, Lockport residents, New Lenox residents, and unincorporated portions of Orland Park, just to the east of us. So there are 41,000 residents, not just 24,500 that will benefit from this project. And I think it's selfish if we were to only think of ourselves here in Homer Glen as this project, sharing this project with the community at whole. And I see no reason to table this item at all. It's gone through all the challenges, and the meetings were endless. It went back to Planning Commission before. Planning Commission has approved it, so I don't see any reason why we need to table it.
Is there a second to table this?
I'll make that motion. And, you know, I've been around a while, and I've seen pools being built and parks being done and told that I wasn't going to be taxed, and I knew it was for the children, and I knew that I was told I wouldn't have to pay to get in, all these different things, because I lived in another suburb, southwest suburb, prior to moving to Homer Glen, and again, the taxes went up. We were charged to get in, so I don't believe that. And so saying selfish, I question that as well, because this is in our backyard. It may be township. I've heard the people of the township. I've heard the people of the village. I hear for, I hear against. I have a lot of reserves when it comes to the drainage, the condition of the property. I remember the permitting process, the dumping that was done on the land from Orland Park. So I have a bunch of concerns too, and I'm with Trustee Stylen. I think it should be tabled at this time. I don't think that, you know, that we should be waiving. If we don't waive for public service officials, we have some public service officials that came in front of this board that wanted to put aluminum on their side, and I'm seeing all these exceptions here. I don't agree with those either, so I'm all for tabling.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I'd like
discussion on the tabling? Trustee McNaughton, do you have anything to say?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of key issues that come to mind. The sewer system, as Trustee Stylen spoke to, you know, the Illinois EPA designates who provides the sewage services. Trantina property obviously falls under the city of Lockport's FPA, currently doesn't permit the sewer line extension. The community center will need a septic system, as we know, due to the inability to connect to that sewer line. The property is deemed very limited for septic systems, posing a potential significant challenge. The report indicates, this is on the report indicates unfavorable soil conditions, likely leading to poor performance and potential maintenance of the septic system. And then also concerns about the groundwater contamination due to inadequate effluent filtration. Thank you.
Order, please. Trustee
Yes.
Consolino?
Okay. I'm not hearing very sufficient reasons right now compared to what we've been going through. I'd also like to go on the record tonight, because anybody who's paid attention to my career with all of this, you know, I was opposed to this back in 2020, and I was very vocal. And the people that I saw, you know, come and speak a public, you know, comment tonight, and on other occasions, none of those people came and spoke during 2019 or 2020 before this went to referendum. When it went to referendum, and I want to read this off, because it passed. Our Homer Township residents passed. They said what they wanted on November 6, 2020. It says, shall the Homer Township Board, in accordance with its open space program, pursue grant funding without increasing or adding any new real estate taxes for the purposes of constructing a multi-purpose pole barn style structure to be used for educational, environmental, recreational, and social community activities, okay? And that's what we're looking at here tonight. Now, when this went back before the Planning Commission back in June, they passed it unanimously. So, yes, they passed it unanimously with, yes, they did, point of order. They passed it unanimously with the comment that as long as it abided by our ordinances and okay. So they did that, and actually there was like 2 votes, which I thought was really weird, because one person said no at first, and then they went back and voted a second time, but they voted unanimously. And so I don't understand why we would go against the Planning Commission if they voted in favor of it. We don't have a park district here in Homer Glen or in Homer Township. Our township has been around since 1837, I believe. I don't see the logic. You know, I feel like this board, or certain members on this board, have made very political statements publicly on the dais and made decisions that were very politically based against Homer Township over the past year and a half. And I would like to hope that this is not another one, but I can't help but feel that this is politically based. And I don't feel like screwing over our community and our residents that voted. Let me go and tell you exactly how many voted in favor. So it was a total of 21,213 votes. 13,585 voted yes for this. 7,628 voted no. So it's almost double. It's not even close. And when I look at that, and I look at, it wasn't just in the OSLA grant. I know that Mrs. Robinson got up and spoke, you know, but in the OSLA grant itself, it says that you could, you know, use it for trails, you could use it for structures, you could use it for things that benefit our community. I see what the township is doing as a benefit to the community. I don't want to politic anymore with this board. We went through the bond agreement from 1990, so even before the OSLA grant was, you know, before we received it, you go through the 600 pages with the bond agreement. It clearly says in there as well that they could have a structure. They could, it's bettering it, okay? It's using the land as open space, but they're complementing it for the community. And Trustee Fialco just read off to you what they said, what they meant. I don't understand what the problem is here, and if this board is going to vote against it, or they're going to vote to table it, now you're jeopardizing time-sensitive grant funding. And I want you to think about that very carefully, because if somebody chooses to sue us over this, because maybe it is political, and we don't have sufficient reasoning based on everything that it took to get to this point, you know, how do you explain that? You don't. So I don't want to see the township lose a much-needed grant, and by holding this up for more nonsense, I feel like that's what you're doing. You're damaging our community, you're taking away grant funding. Why? So no, I am completely opposed to tabling this tonight. I would rather us all vote. If you're not going to vote for it, that's fine. That's your prerogative. That is your role, and we make hard decisions on this board every single meeting, right? So let the cards lie where they're going to lie.
Okay, excuse me. I've done a little bit of research on what community centers, what they look like, how they are respective to their residents and their community. And I just have a couple things that I would like to say. A community center is a place that provides services and programs for the community. Over the last week, I've researched various centers. They appear to be very organized and ran very efficiently. They involve the entire community in their programs, and all the programs are geared toward the needs of the residents. Although I believe a community center would benefit our residents, I have to wonder, why was there no input from the residents, the village, or Lockport on the design, the purpose, the uses, or the economic impact it will have on our residents? There were no workshops, no town hall meetings. There was no value put on the input of the residents. Now, I'm not saying that I think a community center is a bad thing. What I am saying is that there was no value put on the input of our residents. Our residents did not have a say in how this, what the vision was for this community center. I asked the Board of Trustees for the township, who is going to manage this facility and maintain it, design the programs? Have any of you done an economic analysis on what it will cost the residents for any additional policing or safety measures? Is the building all there is? Is there a plan to transform the grounds of Trantina? Will improvements be done in phases? What about the other structures on the farm? Are they going to be repaired? I have so many questions. Order, please. I'm speaking. I have a lot of questions. If this is to pass tonight, there should be conditions placed upon the PUD. I want the center to be something we all can be proud of. I want a community center for our area. I think it's needed, and I think the seniors and our handicapped children will benefit from it, but not done this way, not without the input of the residents. I know Supervisor Belich's intentions are good, but moving forward in this process, if this passes tonight, I ask that you involve all of the residents in any future endeavors pertaining to this. This center is supposed to be for the benefit of our community. So let's get our community involved. And that's all I have.
Roseman.
Yes. Trustee Fialko.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to answer a question that was thrown out there. We talked about the annexation agreement and the benefit, that gave this village in protecting our boundary. With that, it came with an annexation agreement, and Section 5 basically says after site plan approval by the village, the owner or its representatives may apply for a building permit for construction of structures on the property. The village shall act on each building permit within 15 days of the application. Therefore, the owner shall not be required to pay permit fees for any construction subject to on the property. Owner should not be required to obtain a building permit for construction of gravel parking lot and subject property also. That's Section 5 of the annexation agreement. And the reason this was put together is because they gave value to incorporating that into Homer Glen and protecting our border. That's, if anyone's wondering, on January 26, 2022, that's when that agreement came together. And again, it was to protect our borders. But with that said, look, if you don't mind, could Brent Portfolio please come up and answer a few questions?
No, Trustee
because
Fialko,
they can answer
Trustee
some of
Fialko.
our questions.
Trustee Fialko, please.
I'm asking for that.
Okay. We have gone over this. This board has gone over this how many times?
We're in discussion, though, and I think he can answer the questions.
Let the trustees finish the discussion. There are things that they would like to say.
Okay, but, okay, as long as he gets a chance to speak.
Right. So this is on discussion and motion to
Right.
table. That's what's sticking around.
Right. Trustee Stylen.
Well, this is the question because I just said one little statement that I wanted to table it because something I had asked for. It was brought up when there was a planning meeting between staff, village manager, and township officials in February. They were asked to provide a well and septic report or plan, and they did not. They were asked, another notice went out from Melissa King on May 8th. And then I also asked, on June 12th, I asked Taylor to ask them for the same thing. And here we are today, the day of the meeting, and we still have not seen the well and septic plan. And the reason why that is important is because that referendum, advisory referendum, said that this wasn't going to cost anything to taxpayers and it was to go out for grant funding. If you don't have a well and septic plan, how do you know how much it is going to cost to build this facility? You do not know that. You don't even know if you're going to fund it. You don't know if the building is even going to be in the right place, if you're going to have to mitigate the soil. But you're not presenting them to us. You're asking us for, we need to approve something and we have a document, and we are requesting a document and we do not have it. So therefore, I think it's to be tabled. Now, if you want me to give all sorts of other reasons I have read every document in this packet. I have visited the site. I have visited the Lamont Township Community Center. I have spoken with with many of the Open Space Committee members. I spoke to Ron Savara, who also was the man who chaired the effort to do the open space property. I have spoken to the Lincoln Way Recreation Center about the wheelchair basketball. I have spoken to Cross of Glory about their senior programs. I've attended township board meetings, and I attended our Plan Commission meeting when this project was presented. I've also talked to Supervisor Balich, and I told him that I would let him know if I had an objection, and I'm sorry, but I've been waiting for this document, so that's why I didn't call you. And so I have many reasons and concerns. I can bring them up, but there is no point in bringing them up until we have all the material before us. Thank you.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll on the motion to table.
Does everyone know?
Yes.
I didn't get a second round.
Trustee Stylen, this is on the motion, or on the table, right?
On the motion to table.
Point of order. I didn't get a second discussion. Dan did, Sue did, Mason didn't,
That's correct. It's up to you if you want to have it. It's not required.
and I went on the record that she's not.
It's not required to have any discussion on the motion to table.
Okay,
If you want to just let them talk.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Trustee Mason. I appreciate that the township was working with us through the annexation agreement to protect our borders. We do appreciate that. I'm not against the community center. I never said that I was. I'm with Trustee Stylen. I'm worried about the the community, nature, and harmony. That's what bothers me. Everybody talks about 143rd and coming through here and keeping it rustic and beautiful, and I get all that, and protecting our properties. Well, this is our property too. It's an annexation agreement that it was going to be open spaces, and I get that the Civic Center can be put on there. I'm not opposed to that. You bring up New Lenox, Lockport, Lamont, all these other places. It's being built in our backyard. It's being built in our backyard. The runoff has got to go somewhere. There's houses there. There's, as Trustee C.J. McNaughton had brought up, please, point of order. As Trustee McNaughton had brought up, what is the plan for the sewage? Where is that water going? Are they going to expand it? If you have 200 people a day at an event, I know what my house would look like. That water has to go somewhere. That sewage, that refuge goes somewhere. We saw what happened with the clay already. So I would like all the information in front of me as well. Thank you.
I'm just going to reiterate what I stated before, what Planning Commission stated, and how they were in favor, why they were in favor, what they said would prevent it. I also want to state that this is not our municipality, and although we might run things a certain way and have lots of meetings and money spent on town center discussion, that the township is not held to the same standards that we are. I agree with, I wish that we had all information presented before us, but why didn't the Planning Commission deny it then? So again, why do we have a Planning Commission then? You know, they're supposed to be very thorough. Everything we depend on goes through them, and it was voted on unanimously. So I'm going to remind everybody on this board, because I can see exactly where it's going. You table this, you're hurting grant funding. You are hurting our community. We are not in charge of that municipality. They are completely separate. And so therefore, I feel that you are leaving, you're not just hurting the community, you're leaving this board, this village liable, because I think we're in breach of the annexation agreement. So I just want that duly noted. Yeah, because they're going to lose it. We're going to lose annexation too. Watch them go somewhere else.
Sorry, Trustee McNaughton.
Yeah, just reading through the packet here once again, you know, numerous residents have voiced their concerns about the lack of resident consultation on the project. Many in the community have highlighted the absence of resident input and the historical use of the land as farmland. In fact, Ms. Robinson pointed out that the property was purchased with an OSLAD grant fund, which was used for open space, not for development. Approving this project without adequate consultation undermines the community trust and disregards the voices of our residents who will be directly impacted by these changes. The development will result in the loss of valuable open space, which is a critical resource for the community. The transformation of this land into a community center and parking lot contradicts the original intent of preserving open spaces and to provide residents of rural areas for leisure. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McNaughton. At this time, I would like to call on Brett Westcott to explain the well and septic, please.
Yes, so today we received from Mr. Bradrich a septic plan, what was submitted to Carl Septic, their septic field designer. So their septic field designer has come up with a design that accounts the appropriate capacity, 281 people, I believe, and it meets all the appropriate Illinois Department of Public Health standards as well. They have not submitted it to the Will County Health Department yet because there is a permit fee that's associated with that. So they're waiting to submit it to the Will County Health Department until after approval by the board. So that was the email that we sent out earlier, right? It's been designed, it meets the IDPH standards. That sketch plan that I received, you know, it's, to me, right, it seems that for that plan, right, they've done infiltration testing. There's several soil borings that are designated on that plan that show the infiltration testing, and it's been designed to some degree, right, of septic approval. Obviously, if they're going to submit it to Will County, it needs to meet those standards. It needs to meet that capacity. So the email that I received and the plans that I received from Mr. Bradrich today, that's what they're going to be submitting to Will County. It's just that they haven't submitted it yet because there's a permit fee associated with that, so they're waiting to pay that permit fee until after they get their approval.
And checking these are the right calculations according to...
We don't approve the septic design. Will County Health Department approves the septic design.
But I mean, did you review this?
All I did was take in these documents.
Okay.
Right? The Will County Health Department ultimately is the one who makes the approval on the septic system design.
Okay.
And stamps off on that. We take those documents in and it's a check mark right on our permit approval process.
Okay. So is it standard for well and septic to get approval before moving forward?
I've only been here for 2 years. I haven't seen it. I know it's just part of the process, right? Prior to me issuing final acceptance on the engineering plans, I need to see that approval from Will County.
Okay. Where's Melissa when you need her? Okay, clerk, can you please call the roll?
Motion to table.
I'm sorry, on the motion to table.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
I'm afraid they're going to de-annex, so no.
Trustee Fialko?
No, absolutely not.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
So the table fails. Motion to table fails.
Okay, so motion to table fails.
So don't we have to move on to a vote?
Now there's a move. Now you want to make a motion to approve the...
Right. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to have to move on to a vote. Is there a motion to approve?
We didn't really have discussion on, we only had discussion on the tabling. I think we should go on just a step further. And again, there's been answers here, and maybe some answers could be given from Brent Portfolio, and just give him the podium for 2 minutes or 3 minutes to let him answer the questions that maybe need to be answered.
Okay.
And yes, we're entitled to discussion on it.
Okay, right now, is there any more discussion on the motion to approve?
I'm going to give the suggestion of exactly what Trustee Fialko said. If there are questions, which there are by 4 of you, I think that now is the time to ask before this vote takes place. I think this is a
Absolutely.
smart choice. You have an opportunity here to ask those questions and receive an answer. Whether you're happy with that answer or not, I think that is the proper procedure about going this way before voting.
May I?
Trustee, this is discussion, so, all right, I'm going to start with Trustee Consolino.
On the vote?
No, discussion.
No, that's my recommendation. I'm happy with what I've said already.
Trustee McNaughton.
No, ma'am.
Trustee Fialko.
Yes, we've said a lot, but usually we are not denied having somebody come to the podium.
I never said I was going
to.
Trustee
No, I have the
Fialko,
floor.
Point of order, he's still
I never
speaking.
said that I wasn't going to.
Oh, okay.
So please don't put words in my mouth.
Point of order, he's
After
still
talking to
speaking.
Mike. Okay, good. I'm
He's
glad to
still
hear.
speaking.
Thank you for addressing that. I'm looking forward to hearing the questions that will be presented to Mr. Portfolio. I think, like Trustee Castellino said, that there are questions. Let the man answer the questions. And that, so I don't have, as long as we're going to do that, I have nothing else.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Trustee Mason.
Yeah, I feel even in the annexation agreement that has been written, it was to the sole benefit of the township. It waives thousands of dollars in fees. The fees that they are asking us to waive, some of these are for outside consultants that the village has already paid out of pocket. Bottom line, I have the EDPA concerns. They're not going to go away. We may not be able to say no on this. And I'm not saying, again, I like both sides. I've heard the audience today from township to village for and against. And I would like all the information in front of me, and I don't have that. Now, Mr. Westcott had stated that, you know, they're waiting for us to say okay so they can put it in. And how do we know Will County is going to approve that? I don't even know that. Mr. Westcott also stated that he didn't even review it. So if he hasn't reviewed it, what do we have this board for? Well, isn't the board to help make these decisions? Otherwise, you don't need us. Just like, you know, if it goes through a committee and a committee makes a mistake, what do you need this board for? Then you might as well just get rid of the board and do it with committees.
Madam Chair?
That's enough for now.
Madam Chair? I'm listening to what Trustee Mason is saying. I'd like to make a motion to amend with conditions, okay? That this go through only, you know, if the sewer gets approved. Okay, that's reasonable, isn't it? It's reasonable. Okay, then how about we make that condition, as long as everything is okay with that, then we could, Mike, does that sound feasible?
You asking?
Yes.
So what she's asking is for a motion to amend or to add a condition to the approval, which would be an amendment to this. So is there a second on the amendment to add a condition?
Okay.
Is there?
But don't we have to finish?
No, that's taken.
It supersedes it, yeah. Okay, is there a second on the amendment?
I'll second that. Although it looks like Mr. Westcott's got something.
You want to call him
Director
up?
Westcott?
Just really quick, I would say that would fall under PUD condition number 1, that they need to meet all applicable engineering codes and requirements for final engineering prior to formal site plan approval.
Okay.
Mike, does that sound reasonable?
That Will County Health approval would fall under that PUD condition, that first condition of the PUD.
But I'm sorry, may I ask?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Mr. Westcott, can you read that again? Would that be prior to site plan approval?
Meet all applicable engineering codes and requirements for final engineering prior to formal site plan approval.
So the site plan would not be approved until the sewer or the septic plan would be approved by Will County?
That is correct.
There you go. Perfect.
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my second.
Yes, as long as it applies, I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, I have a lot more to say.
Okay. Trustee Seiler?
Okay, the reason this brought up is because I said, if you have to mitigate, we don't know what any mitigation is going to be and what it's going to cost. At the Plan Commission meeting, Supervisor Balich said that there are no grants, and the one grant that he does have is based on well and septic. So we don't know where the funding for this project is going to be. So that he said that they were looking for grants actively every day. You could get the OSLAD grant, but then you would have to come up with half the money. We don't have half the money. We have to get grants where we get all the money. That's what we've been doing, getting grants where all the money comes in. Once we get the building up, we have to get money without going to taxpayers to buy tables and chairs. So there's a lot of other things that are still in this plan that are in question. Is the funding for it? This past month, we spent more than $4,000 on the parks that we inherited from the township. If this building and site plan and everything doesn't go through, we might inherit that mess. And so I'm just want to be very careful. So I also have conditions.
Order, please.
So in attachment 21, it said that the excess fill material brought in as part of the site development permit for 2023-5052 and not used as base for parking shall be removed, hauled off site, and disposed of appropriately. This area shall then be graded to pre-fill conditions for Will County 2021, sorry, my vision's not that great. 2021 contours can be used to, GIS contours can be used to determine the pre-existing conditions. Also, the existing groundings to be relocated under the proposed parking lot. So there are some other questions. These people brought in what they thought was clay fill, and now they're being told that they can't use them under a building. So I have reservations on the engineering.
You have a lot of questions.
Yes, I do,
Now,
and I want to be able to finish. I have the mic right now.
She has the floor.
Thank you. So, in addition to those, I don't know if I have questions regarding the parking. One of the proposed uses was wheelchair, basketball. We have 52 parking spots, and I think like 4 or 5 are ADA accessible. Well, when you use wheelchairs, you're going to use up more parking because there's going to have to be a space in between every 2 parking spots. So then you're going to be using the grass. I have reservations about the distance of the front end of the parking lot to the road. So I have some reservations on the location on the building of the site. And when I was told that HR Green reviewed these plans twice, so I have a question for Director Westcott. When HR Green reviewed these plans, did they know that sewer was not going to be used?
Like in terms of sanitary sewer?
Well, because we received an email about the grading or something, and it had a 015 and 515, and I was told that that was because it was based on a sewer location.
As far as I recall, the plans have always indicated that there would be a septic system utilized on site. There's no other utilities in that area, and that would be an additional substantial cost to the township, right, to try and connect to something. And even with that, right, we're talking IGAs with Lockport. We know that that's not feasible. So their plan from the get-go was always to use a septic field on site. The plans were reviewed accordingly. So from the first review, right, I still have that comment open on my list right now that says pending Will County Health Department approval, right? It just calls it on the plans as septic system to be designed by others and then pending Will County Health Department approval. So from the get-go, it's always been well and septic on site.
Okay, well, I would just like whoever reviewed that plan to I would like an additional review.
I can certainly get a statement from them on that. I guess I just need more clarification on what the 015 and 515 refers to. Mm-hmm. Is it?
You know what, Joe, did you get that email? It was from a resident. I don't know if I have that one, but I'll get it to you.
I don't think it was.
It's the pitch and the topography is what Trustee Mason was saying. It's something, they said it's supposed to be 0 and it was 5 or something.
the topography really wouldn't contribute to it wouldn't make a difference to whether you're using septic or whether you're using sewer. I guess really a septic field, you're going to grade out a flat area so you can install the septic field, and whatever the natural topography is there, you're going to restore to the existing condition if you're going to put a sewer line in the ground. So whatever the property's graded to wouldn't impact that, right? The septic field leaches into the ground. It doesn't discharge on the surface. And if it was a sanitary pipe, that waste would be contained in that pipe and then sent off-site elsewhere to a treatment plant. But that's not even the
Okay, and I'd also like to make mention that in the building plans, it said that there's plans for a future kitchen. So there is no kitchen in this building at the moment when it's finished.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so this is just going to be a gymnasium with a cement floor.
Yes, I believe so at this time, yes.
So I just want to make sure that people are aware of that.
Yes. I would like to bring Brent Porfilio up at this time.
Thank you.
I was just hoping that Brent Porfilio would be able to answer some of the questions. Give him the mic first for a couple.
Can we speak?
Bill's with me, he's the engineer for the project. Dan?
Awesome, thank you for coming up to the podium.
Okay, all right. All right.
Okay.
Of this board, who has questions for Commissioner Porfilio? We will go around one time.
Mr. Porfilio, how big is this septic field that is supposed to take this in? If you have 280, 81, is that the number I heard earlier? People per day per event, that's a lot of sewage.
Per event. 280. There's only 39 parking stalls, yet it's being sized for 281. That's the maximum capacity.
Is your mic on, Brent?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
You see that? Yeah, but my question is, how big is the septic field?
It's approximately 60 feet.
It's 60 by 50. It's 60 by 50.
And if this goes to Will County and they grant it, at that point, I don't see an issue, like I said, with conditions.
Like Brett had said, Trustee Mason, the Department of Public Health that he looked at, that's all they look at the county. They look at the infiltration test, which is very important. That's probably the most important part of all of it. And then they look at the size and the capacity. There's not a lot of variables when you design a septic system. The most important, like Trustee Steinle said, is the soils. That's the most important. And there were borings done and an infiltration test done in the footprint of the septic field. And that's what's required for the permit.
And so all that clay that was brought in prior now has to be removed in order for that to meet that?
No.
I'm asking.
It's at the north end of the site. The clay that was brought in was in the southeast corner.
And that clay still does have to be removed, correct?
Yeah, the footprint of the septic field is completely outside the boundary of the clay fill, completely outside the boundary.
So that free clay that we had gotten, I'm just, I'm sorry, I'm beating a dead horse, but I remember when it came in, that it was all free and we were making a great deal, but now we have to have it paid to take back out?
I'm not, no. The clay is going to stay on site. It was clean clay fill, it was tested before it was brought to the site, and I said that about 20 times. I don't know what you're talking about grindings. There's no grindings out there. It's clean clay. You can walk down the street and look at it yourself. There's no grindings out there. It's grass and clay, and that's it. And a silt fence.
So if we pass this today, this is just for you to get the sewage part of it, to get it started, because is this going to come back in front of us? Because there are exceptions or conditions that I would like to see. I would like to see curbs. I would like to see the garbage not being in the front, and maybe have a brick or I guess not even brick, maybe a green space around it or something to avoid having to look at that. So there are other things that I'd like to see done. Again, community, nature, and harmony is the way I see it.
When the site plan was designed, it was according to the requirements of the village, and they met all of them. There was no other conjecture about, well, why don't we do this or why don't we do that? They were bound by the requirements of the engineering department and the building permit process, which has everything written in stone. And then, of course, there's exceptions up on the top. The ADA spaces that are provided, a lot of the kids would be bussed in vans, and some of them dropped off. They're not staying there for the day. So 4 or 5 stalls, the ones that are required per code, are not a problem if there's going to be an activity for wheelchair basketball. Most of the time, the kids are dropped off and picked up after the event. They do not stay there. So if you're worried about number of spaces for wheelchair basketball, that's not how that works.
I think I'm done with my questioning for the moment.
Okay, Trustee Consolino?
You know, I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Porfilio and Bill and Supervisor Balich, but I want to point something out, okay? And I don't mean this to be ignorant when it's been stated to me past 3 board meetings, I think you'll remember. These are all questions that should have been asked either at Planning Commission or of staff or by any of them. The Planning Commission date, the last one, was on June 18th, where they voted unanimously. That's the time all of this should have been asked and answered. Or contacting the township, because I'm going to ask them right now. Gentlemen, did anyone ask you any of these questions or express these concerns, okay, that you're hearing tonight from Trustee McNaughton, Trustee Mason, Trustee Stylen, Trustee Riders? Brent?
Trustee Stylen did show up at a township meeting, and she did express concerns about the soils, yeah.
Okay, but any of this other stuff?
But all the soil stuff is being mitigated, but any of the other stuff, no.
Supervisor Balich, you had a discussion, I know, with both Trustee Reimers and Trustee Stylen.
Yes, it's real clear. In February, we wanted to come for March. We were told we can't. You guys had to cancel it for some reason. Then we were told to come in April, and it was canceled. Then we were told to come in May, and it was canceled. And then we were told to come in June. We went to the Planning Commission. They passed it unanimously. And now we're going here, and I got news for you. If that ain't political, I don't know what the heck is. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. This is for kids and families and nonprofit groups, and you're sitting there talking about how it's a piece of junk. We have 41,000 people in Homer Township. You have 24,000 something in Homer Glen.
Supervisor Balich.
I'm just going to say this one more time.
We understand your
You guys
frustration.
signed an agreement and you're in breach.
Order. Bill, again, same thing. Did anyone come to you with any of these questions prior to this point or any of these concerns?
No, I did not get any.
Thank you.
Contact.
Trustee Fialko?
Mr. Porfilio, thank you for answering these questions. The question was asked of you, I believe, while you were having a conversation to cover another question, but I want to ask you, the clay that was brought in, that there was the big controversial thing about, the clay has been tested and the clay is all clean. Yep. No clay needs to be removed, as far as I understand. Is that factual?
Correct. There's no grindings out there. I don't know who said there was. There's none.
But, okay, the grindings in the clay are the same thing, or are grindings separate from clay?
Asphalt grindings are completely different.
Okay.
The clay fill that came in had to be clay or we wouldn't have accepted.
Outside of the grindings, I'm specifically talking about the clay. The clay has been tested, and it's clear of any contaminants, and it doesn't have to be removed for any reason. It's staying, correct?
It's the platform for the parking lot and the building. And if it has to be graded for final grading, that's all that has to be done.
And would you agree that from the PUD number 1, meet all applicable engineering codes and requirements for final engineering prior to formal site plan approval is part of the normal process? To move forward with a project, you don't always have to get Will County to approve it before you can move forward, right? It's part of a process, as Mr. Westcott explained. Would you know it to be different than that?
I've seen it done both ways. I've seen it done where it had a rider on the motion, as Trustee Consolino said. You have a rider that says you can't start construction until you have number 1 that Brett had referred to.
But that is number 1 that's built into here already.
So the county health department approves the septic field, and that's the end of it. Everything else is approved.
Right. So the number 1 covers that.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting at.
So if you're at an impasse 3-3, I would suggest putting on a rider of approval by the county health department and be done with it.
What I'd like to ask you is one more question, if you don't mind. Being that you annexed the property, Trantina Farm, into Homer Glen 2 years ago to protect our boundary, as far as I understand, you don't have to stay there if you don't want to. And this could just be reversed. We could lose the protection of our boundary agreement at that point, and then this could go to Lockport, as they were looking to do at one time. So I just want to know, is our annexation agreement and the boundary agreement that came with it in jeopardy if this doesn't go through, and then could Will County approve it anyway?
Yeah, if there's a breach of the annexation agreement, we go to the county for all our approvals and we de-annex. That's right in the annexation agreement. I think there's an attorney here.
And then it would be strictly up to Wills County, and that's it, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Yeah, I just want to respond about the grindings. This was on attachment 21 submitted by Advantage Consulting Engineers. And this was submitted by the township from it says it right on here.
You want to walk out there with me and we'll look at it?
You know what? I actually have samples, and I almost brought them tonight, and I'm sorry I didn't, but I saw the grindings out there. I saw where they come. Actually, I have the pictures.
Commissioner Porfilio, can you please come back to the podium? Could the audience please refrain from talking?
I don't know what this has to do with the approval process, but when I was done with the clean clay last year, there was no grindings. If something was dumped on there since then, I don't go out there every day and look at it. To tell you the truth, there was no clay on there, and the contractor can attest to that too, because he took pictures when he was done.
Okay.
So if there's grindings that were dumped on there since then, Trustee Stylen, I had nothing to do with that.
Photos taken July 18th.
Like I said.
I'm happy to share them.
So,
can you tell me, was this document submitted by the township? This
I didn't
attachment
submit any of
21 from Advantage Consulting Engineers.
I am with Advantage Consulting Engineers.
Okay.
We have the note on there that says grindings. When the material was brought in, there was the thought that there could be grindings in there. If there were grindings in there, they were not allowed underneath the building. This note specifically says to be removed from under the building. The soils report came back that there were no grindings, contrary to whatever your photograph says, that if there are grindings, they can go underneath the parking lot. Other than that, the clay is clean, the clay has been approved by the soils engineer, and it's going to be used for underneath the parking lot. The concern was we don't ever want to have grindings underneath the building. It was a precautionary action and note that I put on our plans.
Okay. What exactly are grindings?
When you have an asphalt road and they have the big machines that grind it all up and put into a truck, those are grindings.
And where did the soil come from?
I don't know.
Commissioner?
the soil came from a subdivision widening development in Orland Park.
Yeah.
M&J Underground was the contractor, and there's been emails and statements about where it came from before.
I actually went and looked at that site.
It's a subdivision site.
It was a subdivision, it was the culvert on the side of the road.
Yes, and it was the clay that was brought over was clean. It was tested before it came over.
Wasn't there a police report filed? I can't remember what month. Commissioner Porfilio, didn't somebody illegally dump there too? And you guys had to have the Will
Yes.
County Sheriff's Department go after it?
Yep.
Do you remember what month that was?
I don't remember. People do it in
And
the
that there
middle
were
of the night.
photos and that they got caught?
Yeah.
And it got all plowed over?
I don't-
And it all got magically, within 48 hours, it was all smoothed down? And tell me that that isn't still there, and that I shouldn't have a concern about a building on top of it? I'm sorry.
The building is located at the north end of the clay fill, and I don't even know why this is even coming up. When you grade the site, the grindings go to the lot, the clay stays where it's at. It's not brain tumor science here. I don't know why it's even coming up. You just keep grabbing things to try to turn it down.
You have the site where you're building, right on here.
The grindings will be pulled, the grindings actually should be used for the parking lot to save money on the asphalt, to tell you the truth. So that would be a wonderful thing if they were out there. But there's not enough, but we can use some of it to save money. That's actually a good thing.
Not if you have to haul it away.
No, we're not hauling it away. There's not enough even to construct the lots with the amount of grindings that would be out there. You'd need mounds of it like they have at the Public Works Department. That's what you would need to do the lots. 4 inches of it over that whole parking lot footprint. There's no way in hell there's that much out there. No way. So it will not be brought off-site. It could be used in a recycled manner for the asphalt, for the pavement, for the parking lots. It will not be trucked off-site.
Is that a picture? All right, are we done? Clerk, would you like to call a roll, please, on the motion to approve?
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Pass.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
No.
Trustee Mason?
Abstain.
Motion passes.
It's 3-3.
It's 3-3.
I did not.
No, abstain is not voting.
Is not, abstain is not voting.
Motion passes.
The motion passes.
Yeah, right.
Motion passes. I did say it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. Number 11.
Oh, God.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance granting, 1, a map amendment from R5 Single Family Residential to C1 Neighborhood Commercial, 2, a site improvement plan for a parking lot expansion with related variances, 3, a variance to reduce the minimum required parking stall depth from 19 feet to 18 feet, and 4, a variance to increase the maximum allowable lot coverage impervious from 65% to 77%, and additional variances are granted for existing legal non-conforming conditions of the property, commonly known as 12635 West 143rd Street, Homer Glen, Illinois, and for the property legally described in Exhibit A in the ordinance case number HG 2306-SMPV. Do I have a motion?
I'll second.
Trustee Consolino?
I'm going to pass for right now.
Okay. Trustee Mason?
No comments.
No comments? Discussion?
You guys want to have discussion? Dan?
No.
Booth versus Modelsky? Okay, so I had a lot to say about this at our previous meeting. I just want to go on record that staff and legal feel fully confident about these variances, okay? But, and that said, bear with me because this is a lot of paperwork, okay? You know, I had requested, more than once, requested the last meeting when we discussed this, which was, I believe, February or March, and we tabled it because there was a lot of confusion. I don't know Booth or the Modelskis. I've never had any discussion or emails or anything with them until this stuff. There are people on this board, though, that have gone to Booth for services, and they praised him greatly on this dais. And I don't think that that's something that should enter into discussion whatsoever. I'm looking solely at the information provided to me. You know, I've listened to Mr. Modelsky and his family talk about, you know, how Will County acquired it. That's not something that this board can review, okay? Not why, it, you know, like that it was acquired and, you know, by eminent domain. But the thing that bothered me the most at the last meeting, because this is a lot of variances, there's already a lot of non-conforming issues with the property to begin with, that they've had variances before. You know, I'm uncomfortable because I still have not received the paperwork I requested about Will County and why they condemned the property, okay? And somebody even tried to FOIA it for me. It's not there. Our staff couldn't get it for me. You know, a FOIA couldn't get it for me. It's so weird because in this packet, all this information, I have stuff that goes back to 2001, but I have zero in here that tells me why the detention ponds were condemned, okay? And I have nothing that says why it's okay that they're not condemned now. I do appreciate our staff. They really dug in their heels on this and said, you know, well, you know, Will County says that they're gonna dig that detention pond deep enough, right? So, you know, I understand all of that, but at the end of the day, you know, I went to the planning, just like everybody else here, I had to read through tons and tons and tons of paperwork, and I'm not complaining about it. That's our job. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we were elected for. You know, I have not received the paperwork. That bothers me a lot. Okay, but I can have everything else. The ordinance, I think it was Modelsky and his attorney that got up and spoke about the ordinance 12-006. So I don't have to reread that, I hope. That was approved by this board, not ours, but previous, on 2/14/2012. I'm going to ask Mike at the end, because I just want to try and get through that way, because this is a very long meeting and we're all exhausted. But I'm going to ask the attorney at the end why that ordinance doesn't apply anymore. You know, because we just talked about ordinances in regard to the de-annexation and something else with the township. I can't even remember anymore. But that the ordinance stood. So I'm confused by this, right? So, and then I want to just read, and I want this board to digest it, because these are the things that kind of stuck with me. Okay, so forget the ordinance. You know, what's before us tonight, March 13th board meeting. You know, these are the notes. The existing legal non-conforming wall and landscape island that are located on Modelsky property. Village Council asked for the two parties to submit arguments as to why they believe the existing wall encroachment is or is not a factor for the board to consider on the zoning case request. Concern regarding a possible wetland on the property and environmental concerns. Now that got addressed allegedly by whoever Booth hired, said that that's not an issue. We never had, I never heard about any discussion from both parties in regards to the wall that's encroaching by like 1.5 feet onto the Modelsky property that I physically went and looked at. How the property was acquired from the county, that's, again, that's not irrelevant. We can't talk about that. Safety of the wall, I worry about that. Updates. Village staff and council do not believe that how the property was acquired from the county is germane to this zoning case request, and that's why I'm standing firm on that. For clarification, the applicant is not requesting an abrogation of the public utility and drainage easement. The applicant is requesting an encroachment. The applicant has provided encroachment sign-offs from the necessary utility companies, and the village engineer can authorize the encroachment with regard to drainage based on the designs. Background information. Applicant Booth Family Partnership is proposing to expand an existing parking lot onto an adjacent property purchased from Will County. This property was originally owned by the owners of the Model Funeral Home, and the land was taken by Will County DOT through, this is what bothers me, condemnation in order to construct detention for 143rd Street. Here we are again. In 2023, Dr. Booth purchased a small portion of the property from the county with the intention of constructing a parking lot for his business, as is his right. Okay? So that's today where we're at with our information on our end. Now I want to go back to, so this has been going back and forth for a long time, September 21st, 2023 Planning Commission. On page 28, the conditions said, if there was an existing nonconformity, which there is, that it was not to be continued into a subsequent property acquisition to further the nonconformity. And Trustee Fialco and I kind of went back and forth like this because we're looking at approach of common sense, right? Going on says, this property was purchased being a third of what a required lot size is. The code isn't designed to say, but the property, and we'll figure out how to make it work for the owner. There are certain instances where owners outgrow their property just as families do. I have to say that, like in this case, it's fitting because it's purchased. It is owned by the same entity. I understand it's trying to solve a problem, but there's so many things. We are just continuing nonconformities for the purpose of allowing for a few additional spaces. Proposed. Right now there's 26 proposed spaces. Code requirements were 21. There are 5 spaces to give up here, okay? So that was on page 28. Make sure I didn't have any more notes, and I apologize. All right, now we get to December 7th, 2023. Commissioner Fisco asked, where's the stormwater going to go from this parking lot? Is it going into the detention pond? Director King said, it is, but Bill can answer that question if you need him to. There is a stormwater in the parking lot and it drops down and it discharges into the detention basin. Chairman Hand said, I just want to point out what Westcott did for us. It doesn't show the fence on there. There are requirement conditions on here that have to be met. Even though the fence is being proposed, staff has told them there's guardrail requirements, and sometimes the fire district has specifics on how they want the stuff anchored, okay? Commissioner Fisco also said, back to the fence or railing or whatever it is. It is a fence that's going to keep a kid from climbing through, or is it more of a railing to give you a sense of where the wall is? Now, why this stands out to me is because we're going much deeper now to allegedly accommodate the, in theory, the extra rainfall. Is it a type of fencing a child is not going to be able to climb between the posts? Commissioner Fisco also asked, that's also going up on the side of the Modelskis. Okay? So I have safety concerns. The reference to the state plat, and this is another one, this is on page 10. Reference to the State Plat Act regarding the division and the consolidation. We did talk about this internally in our office. It says, per the State Plat Act, in the village code, the division's property is not considered a subdivision and is exempt from our formal subdivision process. A plat has to be processed with the county, a piece of paper. As far as our code and how it sees it, it's not. It says, and this is quoted from the State Plat Act, that the sale or exchange of parcels of land between owners or adjoining or contiguous land. If additional lots are not thereby created and the land from which the parcel is sold or exchanged is not reduced below the minimum size required by this chapter or other applicable law. Additional lots are not being created in the lot owned by the county and will not be reduced below the minimum lot size in R5 single-family residential. Staff is recommending a condition that the document be provided to consolidate the land. Okay, so now this is actually being created as an additional lot because it's part of an existing lot. While it might meet the minimum size requirements in, I think you said R1 single-family residential or R5 single-family resident, Director King said, it is the remaining piece. It says the remaining piece would not be lower than what its district is in. The one that is left over, the detention would be left over. You can't divide off something that is smaller than its district requirements. You can't create a lot smaller than what would be allowed under that particular zoning classification out of the 2 single-family lots. In this case, the lot that's being created does not meet the minimum code requirements for C1 neighborhood business district. You know, instead of me reading more and more, this is all stuff that all of us should have read through. You know, they did ask for subject to the following conditions. No construction activity is allowed off-site without temporary construction easements. Per OSHA, the soil type, as no shared parking has been authorized. The applicant, you know, that's all stuff I hope everybody really read through because, you know, this passed by a motion of 4-2. And then they hoped that all of that would be accommodated for. But what really stuck with me is the comment, you know, that, you know, when you outgrow a family home, this business, and that was something you guys said, of course they need extra parking. We all know this, but maybe that lot just is not meant to accommodate it. And, everybody is concerned about drainage all of a sudden now, because I just heard that about Trantina Farm. So why is there no concern about this? And I do trust in our staff's opinions, but I also know how much flooding incurs. And I still have not seen the paperwork that I really wanted. To me, that is the most important thing that says, why was this condemned in the first place? And why is it okay now? I'm getting everything else but that. My concerns still stand, and I think they're very valid ones. People mimicked me when I had my drainage concerns the last time, so I'm going to stand firm. I did my homework on this, and I also drove out there personally when we had the last heavy rainfall, and I saw how much water, and they presented pictures tonight. It was way more than that, because we're getting a lot more flash floods. We're also getting a lot more severe weather, and I've addressed this before with some of the board members. These are things that have to be taken into consideration. So just because somebody needs more parking when it's already non-conforming, you're going after non-conforming, you're just building and building. I don't believe that's what our zoning codes are supposed to be for. So that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
The chair would like to call the engineer for this project up. And I would like to give the board an opportunity to be able to ask questions, and the attorney as well.
Can I actually interject here really quick? Pat White, the attorney for the Booth family.
Go through discussion and then bring somebody up?
Does anybody on this board have any questions for the engineer before we proceed forward?
This is more of a procedural matter that for Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Attorney Pasquinelli, with only 3 trustees here and no mayor to cast a deciding vote. If we keep advancing this and there is a vote and it's tied 3-3, is that taken as a rejection of the application? And
yes.
Yes.
Okay. So is there any way that if we do go to a vote and it's 3-3, that we allow the mayor to cast a vote at a later date and time?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So with all of that in mind, right? Yeah, we'd like to make a motion to continue this to the next meeting. Then we want all.
You don't have that right to make a motion.
Okay, well then, I guess I'm imploring upon one of the trustees to do that. We specifically have been working very, very closely with the mayor, with staff, to make sure that everyone was present at this meeting tonight, and the mayor, in fact, was here earlier, and I'm taking she was sick or ill or something else, and so that was the reason why we agreed. The emails went back and forth on a meeting 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. You asked for and got our agreement to this meeting because everyone was going to be here tonight. Now everyone is not here tonight. It seems only fair that we table this to the next time so that all the trustees and the mayor have the opportunity to hear and vote on this matter.
What I'd like to do is I'd really like to let the board finish their discussion before we make any decisions. Trustee Fialko.
Yes, I'm going to cut to the chase here. That property there was already non-compliant, and we're adding all this other things that are non-compliant, and it's a whole list of things. Our planning commission was not unanimous in their vote, and we had 2 complaints here tonight alone that people don't want it. And we can't predict what will happen from those changes. Yes, we can kind of analyze and think, well, based on numbers that we've gotten, that it would probably be okay. But until it actually happens and we get that 10-year storm coming in, we don't know that this change isn't going to cause a problem. And this board is very concerned about water problems. So being with the 2 complaints, it being non-compliant and adding more non-compliance to it, I don't think this is a good idea at this point. When I grew out of my house in Beverly, I had to move. And I get that's not easy. But when we are adding all these things to something that's already non-compliant, I don't think that's the right path to take. So that would be my input. Thank you, Rose.
Okay, Trustee McNally.
Yeah, I reached out to Will County because I also had questions about the condemnation of the site. I was informed that it was primarily due to the need for infrastructure improvements in the area, specifically related to road widening. The condemnation was part of a larger effort to enhance traffic flow and safety, which included the reconstruction and widening of the roadway. The project aimed to address issues such as flooding and improve the overall safety. I don't feel at this stage that I have enough information to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I had discussions with our village engineer. I agree with Trustee McNaughton. We did talk about this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have swore you said that that issue would be mitigated because we were going to take care of it as far as digging it down a little bit. I am pro-business, and it seems like this board only follows the rules and the SOPs when it's to their advantage. So I have nothing else. I'd like to make a motion to table it, actually.
I'm the person that motioned.
And give legal the opportunity, as he stated, that this has come before, it got pushed, because he wanted to make sure everybody was here. So I think he should have that opportunity.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
motion to table supersedes.
I motioned on this originally. I am not taking back my motion to table. No, we've had this. No, it does not.
Trustee Consolino, it does supersede.
No, it does not.
It does supersede.
Could you show me right now in parliamentary procedure where
Mike?
that supersedes? Because we had this happen.
A motion to table and ranking a priority supersedes the motion.
No, it does not. Please show it to me.
Yes, it does.
You are here for advice. I'd like to see.
Point of order.
Yes.
I still have the floor.
You did.
Trustee Mason.
Legal did.
He is advisory. He is not a voting member of this board.
The chair recognizes Michael Carroll, please.
Madam Chair, trustees, my name is Mike Carroll, partner at Peterson Johnson Murray, along with Mr. Pasquinelli. I'm also a member of the National Association of Parliamentarians. 17:1 is the motion to lay on the table. And the requirements of motion to lay on the table are it takes precedence over the main motion, over all other subsidiary motions, and over any incidental motions that are pending. It is not debatable. It must be seconded. It is out of order when another has the floor. I believe Trustee Mason had the floor when he made it, and it is not amendable, requires a majority vote. An affirmative vote on the motion to lay on the table cannot be reconsidered because it is easier and more direct to move to take the question from the table.
Okay. Now you're saying table, but by the first person to motion originally. Now, I motioned, he motioned secondary. He did not motion first.
You made a motion to approve, correct?
I made a motion to approve and go
Correct.
forward.
That's the main motion. A motion to table takes precedence or priority over the main motion.
17-1?
Yes. 17:1.
17:1.
Okay, it is the determination of the chair that the motion to table supersedes, according to Mike Carroll. So therefore, I would like to, is there a second on the motion to table?
I'll second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
No.
Trustee Consolino?
I already said it, no.
I just called your name.
No.
Trustee Mason?
On tabling, aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye, I'm tabling. The motion's tabled.
Okay, let's move on to
Yeah, got to go to 13.
How did she vote?
Don't we go to one now?
13.
Michael? No, 13 is requesting that, so.
Okay. Line item number 13, is there a motion to approve a request for the village board to reverse the denial of a video gaming license for Nikki's Bar and Grill? And B, is there a motion to approve an ordinance assigning a video gaming license to Castleford Entertainment and Gaming LLC, 14411 South Bell Road, owner Joseph Perenni, DBA Nikki's Bar and Gaming, 14411 South Bell Road, Homer Glen, Illinois. I am going to refer to the attorney before we ask for a motion.
Yes, during my consultation with the mayor today, information has been brought to the attention of Peterson, Johnson, and Murray, myself personally, and also Mr. Carroll, who's here today, that it's the opinion of Peterson, Johnson, and Murray firm that it warrants further inquiry and investigation by the firm. I would ask the chair to please recognize Mr. Carroll with Peterson, Johnson, and Murray, the same firm that I am a member of, to please talk a little bit about this.
Mr. Carroll, please, the chair recognizes you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, as Mr. Pasquinelli pointed out, just this afternoon, our office received information about some possible irregularities in the application process last spring for this applicant and this particular license. If true, we would have some grave concerns about those, but out of abundance of caution, both to protect the village staff that was accepting the application, and quite frankly, to protect the rights, privacy, and honor of the applicant, we would strongly urge that you continue this matter either to a motion to continue to a specific date, a future board meeting, or a motion to lay on the table, which could be pulled at a future meeting date. We would further recommend, and we spoke with the mayor and Mr. Baber this afternoon, that we conduct a brief investigation of those concerns of the irregularities to see if they have any merit, and then report back to the village board in fairly short order. It's my belief that the matter is small enough we probably could conduct that investigation and have an answer back to the board, I would imagine, within no more than 2 to 3 weeks tops. Maybe even quicker than that, depending on the ability to reach the people we would need to speak with. But it would be our strong urging to this board that this be continued or tabled, either continue to a date certain or tabled and then pulled from the table at a future meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Carroll.
Sure.
Do I have a motion to table based on the information provided by?
No, that usually has to be done. You don't ask for that. That has to be done by itself from a trustee. But
Should have been requested
I think
earlier.
we should have discussion on it just a little bit. I have a question. I don't think that, then we can see if there's a motion to table it. But I would like to ask a couple questions, that's all.
I would like to request too, that if you're doing an investigation, that the findings have to go to every single board member.
I think I already made the comment that the report would be back to the board. Any license that the board would be deciding on would obviously be potentially impacted by the investigation, so I would agree with you.
Well, if there's...
Excuse me, but I am a trustee, and I did motion to table this, so I'm asking for a second.
I'll second.
Please call the roll, Candace.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Abstain.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Abstain.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Okay. The motion to table passes.
All right, let's go to
1.
line item 1. The legislative action is.
Okay, continuing with the legislation and action items. 1, is there a motion to approve payment for the payment of the Village of Homer Glen legal bills from Peterson, Johnson, and Murray in the amount of $25,960? Do I have a motion?
Make that motion.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion?
Joe, I'd just like us to ask to Joe.
That's fine.
Joe, you've looked through the bill. Everything has met your scrutiny as far as going through that bill, and that we're good?
Yes, sir. Every item in the invoice applies to an issue or a topic going on in the village.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Candace, please call the roll.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
No.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye. We're at 4. Right. Okay, I can't.
Oh, no, you can't. Okay, so 3.
Yeah, I have to recuse myself for number 4 because I hold a liquor license.
These were removed. L2, 3.
4?
No.
No.
Go back and look.
So we're on 4.
Okay,
Okay, wait, let me find which one it is.
Trustee Reinders has to recuse herself, so at this point, from a legal standpoint, the trustees here, because we still have a quorum, we have 5, we need 4 trustees, has to appoint a pro tem for purposes of this one item. So I'm not a trustee, so right now, trustee Reinders cannot participate in this, so someone else.
Do we have to make a motion?
Trustee, yes. We'd like to move to.
I'll make a motion to have Sue Stalin be the pro temp.
Okay, Dan, do you want to call roll with respect to that? Someone has to.
We actually don't vote on this one either. It's just like, it's
on 4, yeah.
May I?
Go ahead.
You don't have a chair, so, for the local liquor commissioner decides the approval or rejection of the actual liquor licenses. This board sets the number of those licenses.
Correct.
So here, in line item 4, approval of an ordinance amending section 8368 of the code, increasing the number of Class D liquor licenses. Because trustee Reinders has a liquor license, the establishment has a liquor license, she has to recuse herself under Illinois law for even debate and any sort of thing with this. Because our mayor is absent, unavailable, because trustee Reinders are pro temp, they have to recuse herself. There's a motion on the floor to appoint trustee Stylen as the acting pro temp.
Who seconded it, though?
I did.
Okay, we got it. No. Nope.
No debate. Trustee Fialko, would you call the question?
Well, can't we just have the clerk call the roll still?
But you would say it.
Oh, I got you. Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
No.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
I have the chair, but I'm trying to find my L4. I think I put it down with the other
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry, that was for the chair. That was,
Yeah.
I was actually going, yeah, I'm sorry. I pulled another trustee's
you.
move there. That was for-
I think I threw it out with the other L's, early L's. Okay.
Sorry, Sue. I mean, trustee Stylen.
That's okay. So what we have before us is, I guess I'm looking for a motion to approve an ordinance amending section 83-68 of the Code of the Village of Homer Glen, increasing the number of Class D liquor licenses issued within the Village of Homer Glen. It is understood that the number of Class D liquor licenses will increase by 1. So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Please call.
Any discussion?
No comments.
None from me. I'm going to make it easy.
Okay, either side? Okay. All right, call the roll.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
No.
Trustee Mason.
No.
Trustee Stylen.
No.
Did you ask Rose?
She can't vote. That's why I'm the,
Sorry, you're absolutely right. Okay.
so motion fails.
And now 3 of us have done that.
Okay, so now we go on to, Trustee Reinders, is there more that I have to be the pro tem?
That's it.
Okay, I'll turn it back over, or do we need to do anything else formally? Okay.
We're fine. Okay, moving on. Number 6, consider for approval resolution number 24-013, authorizing a video gaming license to DSB Restaurant, Inc., Owners Peter Katsogiannis, Steve Zervakis, and George Nicolopoulos. DBA Blueberry Hill Cafe, 14355 South Bell Road, Homer Glen, Illinois.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
There it is.
All right, discussion?
Yes, since I made the motion.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. This was approved a long time ago. They got their liquor license over a year ago, I believe it is. And for our businesses in Homer Glen, this again helps out with the high cost of rents because taxes have gone up. Anybody that knows how expensive it is to run a business out of a strip mall when you're under a triple net lease, the good things that I've heard from doing this is it helps the person that owns the business sort of put some of this money towards the rent, which are astronomical. I mean, we've been asked why we wouldn't reopen, and honestly, I can't see that we would ever do that because of the cost of rent these days. And a triple net lease means you pay for everything. When you're under a triple net lease in a facility, you even pay the taxes. Our reconciliation was in March. So the thing is, I think this supports the business. It helps keep, Blueberry Hill is actually a very good restaurant. They participate in a lot of things for our veterans. They got the liquor license over a year ago. They're asking for the gaming to go through for them. And I have no problem helping a business acquire that so they can stay in Homer Glen and not have to close their doors if this helps them in that process. Thank you.
I think they have every right to apply for it. I think they have every right to have it. So they've patiently been waiting for past over a year. I have no problems.
Yeah, I see that they've been operating. I've been there many times myself for over 15 years successfully without gaming. My concern there is that it's their website, their advertising is listed as a breakfast cafe, their hours from 7 a.m. till 2 p.m. Thank you.
Couldn't hear you.
Trustee Mason.
Thank you. Wasn't your fault. I remember liquor license was prorated. I think that everybody should be paying the same. You know, I think it's got to be a fair market and capitalism. If they meet the criteria, there's not much we can do. But I have concerns about this being primarily a breakfast facility. Yes, we appreciate what they do for the vets. But it just seems like an odd location. It's not a restaurant, it's not a bar, it's more of a breakfast facility. And so that kind of throws me for a loop.
Okay. Trustee Stavin?
Thank you. Blueberry Hill is probably one of our more successful restaurants, I think, in the village. If you go there on a Sunday morning, you won't get a parking spot. It'll be hard to get in. So I don't think they're hurting for business. And it is a family-style restaurant. And it's called video gaming because I believe it's providing entertainment, and it's entertainment that's geared more towards adults. So I don't believe that video gaming belongs in a family restaurant, and so I'm opposed.
Okay, as a trustee, I think it's kind of unusual to have gaming in a breakfast place. I've looked at their schematic, their plan or their rendering of where they're going to be putting it, and they have 3 different rooms, and it will be out of the view of the main part of the restaurant and actually out of the second room. Again, I have to agree with Trustee Falco on this one. They've been a pillar in the community. They've always stepped up in any time of need. When we needed to do the senior breakfast, the veterans breakfast, they've always been there. They've always given us a great price. So I'm really not opposed to it. I just really think that if they meet the requirements, then I'm okay with it. Candace, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Pass.
Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Trustee Consolino?
Yes.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee McNaughton?
Pass.
Can you pass?
Can only do it once.
Pass one.
You only get one go round.
Abstain.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's getting late.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion to approve an ordinance granting an extension of ordinance 22-029 that granted 1, a map amendment from A2 rural residential to C2 local businesses, 2, a special use permit for a planned unit development, PUD, with certain exceptions, 3, a special use permit for a drive-through establishment, 4, a site improvement plan, and 5, a preliminary plat for certain real property located in A2 rural residential zoning district and C2 local business zoning district at 12121 West 159th Street, Homer, Glen, Illinois. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry, case number HG 2210-APUD. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second that.
Second, okay. Trustee Mason?
I have no questions.
Trustee Fialko?
The only thing I'd like to say is we're just extending this for them. They went through this whole process a long time ago. I know how difficult it is to get contractors these days and to have people show up on time. So I support this.
Okay. Trustee Consolino?
Same. This has been going on a long time, so no, I'm okay.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Stylen?
I think we're all going to agree.
Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, moving on to L8. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance granting 1, a final plat of subdivision, 2, a major amendment to the special use permit for the Stonebridge Wood Planned Unit Development, PUD, and 3, a map amendment from C3 General Business to A1 Agricultural for certain real property located on that portion of Lot 80 of the Stonebridge Woods PUD, Homer, Glen, Illinois, legally described in Exhibit A, and 1, a final plat of consolidation, 2, a variance to reduce the lot area from 10 acres to 2.5 acres, 3, a variance to reduce the lot width and lot frontage from the required 330 feet to 204, a 30-foot for certain real property located in the A1 Agricultural District at 13955 West 159th Street, Homer, Glen, Illinois, described in Exhibit B, HG-2317-PUD, subject to the following condition. 1, process a final plat for review and approved by the Board of Trustees for final recording. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, upon the advice of the attorney, there is no ordinance that is connected with this, so I'm going to move to table this one.
I'll second that.
A second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Candace, please call the roll. Just want to make sure.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Okay, so we are in now
Number 10.
on 10, right? Yeah.
Our next one's gonna be
Okay.
just as long.
Okay, moving on, L10. Motion for consideration. Is there a motion authorizing the approval of an ordinance approving a dedication of right-of-way located at 15774 West 151st Street? Do I have a motion?
I'll make that.
I'll
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second? Any discussion? Trustee Consolino?
No.
No, ma'am.
Trustee McDoughton? Trustee Mason? Trustee
ma'am.
Stylen? No? Candace, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, 12's next, yeah. Okay, L12. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 24-XXX, a resolution to file objection to rezoning for Will County number ZC-24-050, pins 16-05-16-300-029-000 and 16-05-16-300-012-000. Okay.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay. I would like to actually to ask Director Patch to give us some insight on this before we go into discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is a right that the village has to comment or object to a 1.5-mile review for a request that's going through Will County. So the property is on 159th Street. It's within our planning jurisdiction. It's contiguous to our corporate borders. It fronts both 159th Street and Cedar Road because of the two pins that are involved. And the applicant also owns the property immediately to the west. That property is zoned I-1 industrial in the county. All of these properties are unincorporated. And what he's looking to do is get zoning for I-1 for the other two properties, parcels, so that he can market all three for sale and development. He does not have a site plan. There's no proposed use right now, but he has been approached by industrial users. So based on, as you can see in the exhibit here, our comprehensive plan shows this entire area. It has a land use designation as a policy guidance for commercial development. And it's right next to the lighted intersection at Cedar, which would be a very attractive intersection for commercial development, given that you're also approaching the tollway. So what's going on at the county right now is there will be a hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission on August the 6th. And if the board wants to consider and approve an objection to the rezoning, if you did that tonight, there would be time to get that to the county clerk for it to be part of the formal record, and it would force a supermajority vote up at the county board to approve industrial zoning there. The village, the Land Use Commission, Land Use Committee at the county will meet on August 13th. Your next board meeting is on the 14th. The Will County Board will see this case on the 15th. So tonight matters in terms of if the board wants to make a formal statement. I'd be happy to answer other questions.
Janie, I'd like to ask you, has there been any talk about them annexing into the village?
I guess I'd like to ask the attorney if I can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Lockport IGA is expired.
Right.
So.
Okay. So I have had a conversation with Mr. Kettler, and I suggested that he could voluntarily annex into Homer Glen, and we could consider commercial zoning, and that would be more appropriate for the community in terms of its vision and what our comprehensive plan has to say. His concern, of course, is the wastewater. And I was able to, because we have secured a site and we are moving forward for consideration of a wastewater treatment facility that would put Homer Glen in control of its future that way, that is also a longer-term solution. What he actually needs is the interim. What are we doing in the meantime?
Okay.
So I think we've opened the conversation.
Okay. Trustee McNaughton.
No, ma'am.
Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Consolino?
No.
Trustee Fialko?
I just want to update the board just a little bit. I actually took and made it so there are no annexation fees for people that are annexing into Homer Glen.
Right.
That was done about 2.5 years ago. So there is no cost for them to annex into Homer Glen. Rezoning, as Janie had said, would make sense for us and our plan. But I will tell you this, this is a resolution to file an objection to rezoning for Will County. We did the same thing with that storage shed though, and we got everybody to object to it and everything, and they still did whatever they want to do. And I think that is the case here. We can file the objection, we can do all these things and go through the motions, but yet they still can, with the supermajority, and that's what it was last time with the shed, that nobody wanted, or not, the storage facility. So they have to go to a supermajority, but so even if we do this, it doesn't mean we're guaranteed that this is going to go through. That's all I want to say. I do support it though.
Okay. Trustee Stavely.
Yeah, I am opposed to this being zoned industrial because it backs right up to residential housing.
Right.
So, and it's off of Cedar. It's not really on 159th. So I think that we should do what we can to oppose it.
And
take our chances.
Yeah, I actually agree with our trustees. I think we really should, go ahead and agree with them to file the objection. So, okay, Candace, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, L14.
This one. This one, outlets, 14.
Yes. Okay, L14. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance accepting Outlot A in the Villas of Old Oak subdivision as a public park? And I would just like to say before I ask for a motion is that this is something that the residents have been waiting for. This is the park. We have gotten all the information that we need. So do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Sue?
No, I think everything looks good.
Trustee Mason?
I concur.
Okay. Trustee Consolino? No. Trustee Fialko?
With that said, there will be maintenance that will go along with that. I don't hear anybody talking about it any longer, but there is maintenance that will have to go with that to support it. And also the tree line there that we kept, depending on what happens with 143rd Street will depend on how wide that is here. But the park is part of that.
Yeah.
So there's maintenance over there in that property, not just for this park in the future, but I do support it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and I also support this as well. This is something that has been needed in that area for such a long time. The residents they've been so proactive, and so I'm really happy about this, and I approve this, so.
It's just Outlot A. It's just Outlot A too.
Yeah, it's just on that lot. Yeah, so Dan, just to answer to.
I know, it's
Okay.
just on that lot.
Right,
I
just
get
on
it,
that
but
lot.
that combination of the two is what I was saying.
Yes, and we also, and actually, if Jennifer Vittoria was here, she would tell you that everything has, or actually, Brett, you could talk, because you know that everything has been turned over. The deeds, everything has been filed. We just haven't gotten the final deed. It's all been done, but once we sign it, it goes back for them to file it again and give it back to us. So everything's been completed on the lot, so. Okay, Candace, can you call the roll?
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Yeah, but I thought we were going to remove this for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay, all right. Is there a motion to approve one of 3 quotes for the purchase of a Ford F-350 pickup truck with a plow setup for the Public Works Department?
I'll
Do I
make
have
that
a
motion.
I'll second.
Okay, trustee Fialko?
I'd like to make the motion to accept the Hawk Ford price for $60,545.35. We are not obligated to pick the lowest bid. It's not off by that much, and Hawk Ford has participated in Homerfest for the last 3 years. They came to our rescue when we lost a sponsor about 3 years ago. I won't get into that, but they have been there for us, and this is only a couple $100s off. I'd like to make that motion to make it for Hawk Ford Auto at $60,545.35.
Trustee,
I need a second.
Mason.
I'll second that.
do you want a second? Okay. Is there any more discussion?
Yes. Hawk Chevy, the only vehicle that we have there is Mr. Cuss's from the EMA, and it was the lowest bid at that time. I believe I've been a customer of Curry Ford. I think we should stick with the plan to stay with the lowest bid. I think both parties have the same vehicle ready to build out. We've been happy with their service. I've talked to other individuals within, and we never had, again, used them. And I get they do a little something here and there, but it seems like quid pro quo when we do that. I would like to stick with the lowest bid. Thank you.
Trustee Stylen?
We've given a lot of business, I think, to Curry Ford. I don't have a problem with trying Hawk, and I agree with Trustee Fialko. They've been good, and I think it would be nice to just try them. I don't think the price difference is that great. They definitely give us more than we're giving them. So,
Trustee Consolino? I would like to talk to Director Woods. Director Woods, I would like your opinion on this.
Well, this was passed, as we know, allowed to come to the board unanimously by the committee, just awaiting a piece of information on how long it would take each of the dealerships to get it to us, and the answer is that it would take 3 months from both of them.
3 months for both of them?
Yes, so it'll take an equal amount of time from the 2 dealerships. And at this point, I'm always a fan of sticking with the lowest bid. However, at this late hour, whatever would get this done faster, I'm fine with.
Okay, Trustee Fialko.
I just want to add to it, because I didn't say what they've donated. Hawk Auto has donated over $15,000 over the past 3 years. So I think spreading our sales when we buy stuff across the board a little bit can't hurt, especially in this case where somebody's helped us out in the past, and we're just working with them right now. Doesn't mean everything we do has to be done for them, but for this one, I think it would be nice to do. That's it from me.
May I, Madam?
Yes, Trustee Mason.
And I'm not in a disagreement with you on that, Dan, and that's fantastic. I mean, Trustee Fialko. But have we ever asked Curry Ford to donate to the Homerfest or anything?
I can only tell you, is it okay if I answer?
Go ahead.
At the time, when we lost RE/MAX, because there was a controversial thing that took place between the chair at that time and RE/MAX, they pulled out. That was a $10,000 sponsor. They came to me. I didn't reach out to them. They stepped up to the plate, and they came to us. I guess we could have, but at that point, we didn't need to, because
Perfect answer. Perfect answer, and I appreciate you responding. And it seems like Mr. Woods does not matter where it comes from, as long as he can get the vehicle he needs to do his job.
Okay, is there a second on the motion to approve Hawk Ford?
I'll make that motion. I'll second, I'm sorry.
Second. Okay, Candace, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Thank you, trustees.
16's gone.
Okay, moving on. L17. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance amending Article 6 of Chapter 83 licensing and regulating video gaming within the Village of Homer Glen? Do I I have a
I'll make that
motion?
motion with stipulation. If we strike the prohibiting of gas stations, because we already have that, the board still has the ability to approve the gaming it has to come in front of us no matter what. So if we could remove that wording, I would like to make that motion.
So is there a motion to amend?
Motion to
striking?
amend to strike the prohibiting of gas stations, because again, it has to come in front of this board in order to get approved, just like it did tonight.
Is there a second?
Where does it say that, though, prohibiting the gas stations in the motion?
It's, yep. No, I amended the motion.
Prohibiting gaming at truck stops.
Page 3. B.
Yeah, page 3.
Are you okay?
Does the motion?
It's under B.
There was no
Right.
second on it, right?
I'll second.
Okay, all right.
There was a second?
That was,
Oh, you did?
it was Curtis
motion-
and CJ.
CJ.
Yeah. Okay, trustee Consolino, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'd like to just say, you know what, looking at these, at the truck stops here, I will tell you this, before we can still make the decision as far as when it comes to a video game. This is kind of adding another, I mean, you're just saying no. I think every situation should be looked at collectively, and we can turn that down at that time. But I will tell you, when we brought, it was raise the taxes or it was bring in a little gaming at Lenny's Gas and Wash at Cream Road and
Gauger.
Gauger, yes, Gauger, you told me that. Gauger and 159. And that saved the day. Now that's one of the biggest incomes that we bring in. It's not in the middle of the community. I just don't want to handcuff us when we still have the option to turn down a plea for a gaming license. We can do that at that time, no matter, you know, when that is. So doing this kind of handcuffs you in a way where you're saying absolutely no to something that may be beneficial to, again, I use it, you want to keep the tool in your toolbox. Just because you didn't use the chisel for 4 years, you may need that chisel someday, right? So the thing is, I don't want to throw this away and give, when we still have the opportunity to say no at a later date, no matter what it is. Being that they bring in the most amount of gaming income. And if it's up to us raising taxes or allowing one of these things in the future, I would rather not raise the taxes on the households in our community. Not saying that that would actually happen that way, but I just don't want this to stop our decision that we can make at that time.
Agreed. We gave it to a friggin' breakfast place. Go to see a gas station.
I haven't had a chance yet.
What's this?
I haven't had a chance to respond.
Dinner.
Okay, trustee Seiler.
Okay. I'm opposed to removing the gas stations. And I'm also would like to remove the future facilities on page 2 where it says future facilities that have yet to be constructed. I think we have plenty of video gaming in this community. I don't think it brings, other than you can say it brings money, but I don't think it adds to our character. And I don't want to see video gaming in gas stations or truck stops.
Okay, I would like to recognize Attorney Connelly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just real quick, I wanted the trustees to understand, I know that it's getting late in the evening, just the changes and modifications, you know, just the Cliff Note version of what changes were made here. Number one, we removed, or the village is removing, proposing to remove licensed truck stop establishments from places that can have video gaming in its entirety. So that was stricken in subsection A. what we did do, because we're removing licensed truck stop establishments in Section A, we allowed to grandfather in truck stop establishments that were in the process of 18 months, from an 18-month period of time from the passage of this, if the board elects to remove licensed truck stops from the definition of premises that are eligible for gaming licenses, to a period of 18 months. In addition, the code also in section 8349, which I think Trustee Mason pointed out and asked to be stricken, also excised from premises that could potentially have gaming licenses, also removed automobile service stations. So you have the removal of automobile service stations under this provision as a premises that would be permissible to have a video gaming license, and the removal of licensed truck stops.
May I ask the attorney?
I just wanted to, so that everybody understood what changes were made here.
Okay, Trustee Fialko?
With that said, we still, as a board, right, those can all come to us. We make the decision like we did today, right?
For breakfast.
It's no different, and we can reject it at that time. It would be no different, correct? Me, if I'm wrong?
I mean, that's how you're,
I believe that's
my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that is why,
Trustee Mason?
I'm sorry, Madam Pro Tem Mayor. That is exactly why I made the motion, because it still has to come in front of us. If we gave it to a breakfast place today, and now you're saying you can't go into a gas station, I'd rather see it in a gas station than I would a breakfast facility.
Okay.
Because it seems like there's a little bit more work that needs to be done here to reflect what the consensus is. So I think
Yeah, because as a trustee, I mean, I have to agree with Trustee Mason and Trustee Fialko on this one, because it's going to come before us regardless, and I think we're selling ourselves short if we just take this off of our ordinances. And I mean, we do know the money that Lenny's generates, but with that said, we don't want a truck stop gas station in the middle of town. And I've said this from the beginning, we don't want it in the middle of town. But we don't have a boundary agreement anymore, folks. 355, we can go after anybody we want to buy land, or that comes to us and wants to put a truck stop there. That would be revenue generating for us. So I look at it like that let's take it on a case-by-case basis. Right. We all could object to having anything in town. We don't want it here in town. But now that we don't have a boundary agreement, I think it's something that we really should take into consideration. So I motion to table this. Is there a second? Motion to table?
I'll make that, or I'll, second, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to do more homework on it.
Trustee Stylen? Aye. Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye. If that's what everybody wants to do, aye, I guess.
Trustee Consolino?
Abstain.
And Trustee Reinders?
Okay, motion to table
what's the next one?
Next one's gonna be a bear.
18.
And she probably can't vote, she can't do this one.
Which one is it? Oh,
All right, you can't vote on this.
No, I cannot.
Which one is this? Yeah. Okay, yes. So again, this is a line item 18, involves liquor license regulations. So Trustee Reinders is going to have to recuse, Madam Pro Tem Reinders is going to have to recuse herself. And at this time, the board, Trustee Fialko, if you could entertain a motion to appoint someone as an interim president.
I would, again, let's start here. Let's put it up. I'd like to make the motion to have Trustee Mason chair up to this point.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear it.
To be chair, interim president.
Those can't be involved in this one. We're making, instead of Sue, just passing it on to you, if you'll accept.
So would you like me to
I'll
read
second.
So now we need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Call the roll. Can we have the clerk call the roll, please?
Trustee Stylen, sorry, Trustee Stylen? Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Cancelino? Nope. Trustee Reinders? Oh, that's right, sorry.
Motion fails.
She could vote, she could vote on him being appointed, no?
I think
Oh.
this is completely as
Okay.
or something. Okay,
Trustee Mason.
President Mason, you want to read the?
Yes, consider approval for ordinance amending section 83-71A of the Village of Homer Glen Code for the ordinances regarding conditions of licenses within the Village of Homer Glen. Is there a motion for consideration to approve an ordinance amending section 87 or 83-71A of the Village of Homer Glen Code of Ordinances regarding conditions of licenses within the Village of Homer Glen?
I'll make that move.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Open for discussion. Any discussion since you made the motion, Mr. Fialko?
The only thing I see on here is the change from 10 a.m. to 7 a.m. And let me see, Gina Marquette, that is the only change that's on here, right? Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, sir.
Oh, she's gone. Trustee Stylen?
No comment.
Trustee Consolino? Trustee Reinders? Oh, she can't, that's right. All right, and I guess we'll call a roll.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Cancelino? No. And Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Okay, do we have anything under old business?
New business, right?
Old
business
Old
first.
business.
Okay, old business, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait.
I have a couple comments.
And I got a couple things too, so.
Okay,
wait
Trustee
my turn.
Mason?
Yeah, you know, we talk about Hadley Road taking it over, and everybody screamed and kicked and hollered when we did that, and we were trying to protect a rural road. Same thing with 143rd, except for it's going to be way more costly. Somebody also tonight made the comment about the township being involved with the lawsuit, and as far as I'm concerned, they're not. I believe it's Will County. I do not know of the township filing a lawsuit. Miss Margaret Sable had a lot of good concerns tonight about Trantina Farm, and I have a lot of the same concerns. A lot of them mirror. You know, one of the comments that were made was you don't waste money and you keep throwing money at bad money and then keep doing it. I feel that's kind of like Trantina. It's I don't know if it's a good idea, a bad idea, but it seems like it's a lot of waste of money, and I'd like to know where the money's coming from at some point. Thank you.
Rose, who's next? The thing is, just so everybody knows, we're still looking into, at the A&F meeting last Wednesday, it did come up again about the gas prices in Homer Glen. They're 30 cents to 70 cents more expensive. That directly affects our parks income at the 3% that's charged onto, or 3 cents, I'm sorry, not 3%, it's 3 cents per gallon, not. So what we're doing is Joe Baber, we've asked him to look into it with the mayor. The information that we were given at this last meeting was that the letters are out there asking the questions, and hopefully by the next A&F meeting we will have an answer for that. The other thing is the new fest chair, we talked about that also. Usually by our first, when it changed over, when I got assigned to that position as chair of the fest in 2021, it was at the first meeting in July. What we've kind of talked about is just having me still being the chair and having the August meeting and kind of go over a few things that took place. And then the mayor and the board will figure out what they want to do and who is going to be the new chair for 2025 for Homerfest. And the reason that would be is an election is coming up in April. There's no guarantee that Rose, myself, or Jennifer will be here. The only three that'll still be here will be Trustee Mason, Trustee Stalin, and Trustee McNaughton. So one of those three guys, I'm hoping, unless it changes where we want to do some, do Homerfest a different way, and that could happen too. So I just wanted everybody to know what we talked about in ANF for that. The annexation agreement, you had made a comment about some. The annexation agreement also has 30 PUDs attached to it, and just so we're all on the same, those supersede anything to do with SOP 8. And that item that was at the bottom of the list, I asked Joe that wasn't included in there because we did not find anything that supports them getting the money for that. But in the annexation agreement, in the 30 PUDs that they have, it does support them getting the $3,995 back. As far as giving somebody a discount, I forgot exactly what you said the discount was about, but I was going to I had an answer for it. No, not at the meeting, but the comment, you had just made a comment about somebody getting a discount, and I was going to give you the answer. I can't remember.
Proration of the liquor.
Of the liquor license? Well, the reason the liquor license got prorated, and we all agreed upon it, is because there was only 3 months left before they had to get or establish another liquor license on April 1st. So we didn't think it was fair, and I would hope this board would do it with any businesses came that late into the game asking for a liquor license, that you would prorate it when there's only, you don't want to charge them the full amount of money when they're only getting it for the last 3 months. So we prorated it, and I thought that was the right thing to do at the time. That would be it for new business for me, for old business, Trustee Reinders.
I did my old business.
Okay, I have some too. Go ahead.
No, ma'am.
You want to go first?
Well, I just have a quick comment. Just on the gas prices, I just wanted to point out that gas prices are set for a variety of reasons, and the Lenny's Gas and Wash that has the video gaming is the gas that is 25 to 30 cents higher per gallon than the gas station across the street. That's all.
No, I know that our revenue is down with the gas, so that's something that we're going to have to seriously consider, especially with wanting to spend stuff on parks. I was going to try and talk about water tonight. I think maybe we should wait till the next meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I would like clarification tonight from a couple things from our attorney. I'll ask him in a second. Joe, where are we on shoring up our sign ordinance in regard to political signage?
I'll work with our attorney in getting a opinion on signage.
Okay. Then for the attorney, or maybe we can just agree on this, at the ANF meeting last week, clarification on who actually can place things on a village board meeting agenda. So the determination after reading the ordinance is that anyone can put something on the agenda, correct?
The village manager, the mayor.
And the clerk. That's right.
So any of us can put it on there. Okay. I just want that clarified because I know there was confusion on that.
But it has to go through the village manager.
Well, we give it to the village manager, yes.
May I get, I was just going to ask that. What is the time requirement for submitting something for the?
That's in the village code already. You got to look it up.
It's a 7-day, 7 days.
7 days.
Changed it to 7 days.
Just to clarify.
As long as everybody's aware, so there's no arguing. Mike, can we get an update on 143rd Street? Getting a lot of questions. People are asking, like you had people come and speak tonight. What is the definition of monitoring?
Trustee Consolino, that's something that we should get talk a little bit more in executive session.
Okay.
It's going to deal with strategy and things of that nature, and I don't think it should be discussed in open session.
Okay, but that is a question that's coming from a lot of, and you saw people shut up tonight. They're not happy with the word monitoring, and if that's all I've got to give them, I can't really define it for them now, can I? So, okay, that's all I have for old business. Oh, wait, same thing for the objection on the water. Sorry, same thing came across from residents. What exactly does our objection do?
So, Madam President Pro Tem, if I may, Mr. Carroll, again, partner at the office that I work at, Peterson Johnson Murray, Michael and I are both partners, and Michael is taking the lead on the ICC issue. Michael's not going to discuss strategy with anybody here. That's something that we're going to share for executive session, but he will share with you publicly available filings and things that we've done in this case.
Thank you.
The
Madam
chair
Chair.
recognizes you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, I just finally penned a memo to Mr. Baber late this afternoon before I left the office to come here. There was some confusion about the word objection and how that looks. For a non-governmental entity, for example, Citizens Utility Board, Legal Action Chicago, Illinois Industrial Water Consumers, which is an advocacy group, they have to file a formal objection with testimony. For a municipality, whether it's South Beloit, who's in this case, Bolingbrook, who's in this case, Village of Homer Glen, Mr. Pasquinelli and I filed our appearances on behalf of the village, I want to say May-ish, if I recall correctly, or maybe it might have been June, early June. Once we file our appearance on behalf of the Village of Homer Glen, then the village is considered an intervener, which is a fancier term for an objector. There is no requirement for us to do anything beyond that. Now, Mr. Pasquinelli and I did attend the Bolingbrook public hearing with Mr. Baber, the mayor, and the trustees that were present and mentioned earlier, because we want to make sure that if anything comes out of left field, either in terms of the filings that are made on an almost hourly basis into that case, or at the public hearing, that we're aware of it. We do have some information we've uncovered, which that's, like Mr. Pasquinelli said, something we could talk about in executive session. There will be some strategy involved once we fully glean that information, but we have our appearance on file, which serves as the village's intervention or objection. There's a stay in the rate hike that's currently extended out through December 24th, I believe. So we have no reason to suspect that there will be a final hearing in this matter until then. That could change, but as of right now, that was extended from June 24th out to December 24th. So as we continue to review the filings, and that's, as Mr. Pasquinelli mentioned, what I've been doing, I get probably a half dozen or more emails a day from the portal and from the parties. Anytime they file a new document, I'm reviewing it to make sure there's nothing there that would change our posture. So that's kind of giving you the overview without getting into any kind of strategy or specific facts. And certainly if we want to discuss that in closed session, that's something we can do.
Thank you.
Sure.
I do have a request in conjunction with that. I'm noticing the stuff that Bolingbrook has been doing with the water. And I'm going to make a suggestion that I feel very strong about. In order to be proactive, I think that we should be looking at what some of these other municipalities are doing, like Bolingbrook. You know, how come we can't file for our own appearance with the Illinois Commerce Commission, kind of like what they did with the hearing, you know, to have a hearing, like Bolingbrook did, because something that I think Sue noticed, or anybody that was there, when we were sitting there, you heard people complaining about a $100 bill, okay? That's not what Homer Glen is, and that's what Sue had pointed out when she got up and spoke. So having one here in Homer Glen, where we're getting hit the hardest, or raped as I call it, maybe it would be better if we could try and have a hearing like that here, because we really had no resident participation whatsoever.
Right.
So I'd like to request if we could do a hearing here, like they did in Bolingbrook, or somewhere closer.
I think the woman from the Citizens Utility Board, doesn't she lives in Homer?
And they didn't want to have me here because of exactly what you're saying.
Well, let's push them.
Madam Chair,
So,
I'm sorry.
there's also an online petition, and Bolingbrook has it all over the place. Why don't we? We need to have this on our social media. And so it's for all residents to sign and say no to the rate increase. After listening, it was quite an education at that water meeting about what the actual reasons were for this unprecedented, horrible hike. And the fact that most of that money is going to go to raises for administration. So that's things that our citizens should be aware about. So I think we should be having the online petition, both on the website, Joe, and on our social media. I mean, it speaks for itself. There was one other thing that they do that I kind of liked, and I'm trying to remember. Sorry. I just think that we should have a website page on how to be proactive overall with suggestions for the residents, because I know we get a lot of complaints. But, I mean, we can touch on this again, but thank you so much for speaking to that. Sure. I think these are all things that we could kind of do. But yeah, to go on record, request a hearing, okay? Agree?
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I clarify a couple things? First of all, just Trustee Consolino, we did do what Bolingbrook did as far as filing our own petition into the case. So and I have been monitoring not just what Bolingbrook's doing, South Beloit, Champaign, Springfield, there are a number of communities. I can tell you in the conversations I've had with the ICC, with CUB, and with AARP the other night, communities all across the state have asked for public hearings, and it looks like the ICC picked one nearby in the Chicago region, because Illinois American Water is divided up into regions, and it appears they chose Bolingbrook, perhaps because of their population, as the hearing for this district. So the odds of us getting a hearing in Homer Glen, I would say, are close to zero. They do have other hearings throughout the state. It appears there's one in each of the districts. So I wouldn't hold my breath on getting one here, but as far as the filings with the ICC, Mr. Pasquinelli and I have done exactly what Bolingbrook and all the other communities that are intervening have done so far. And the rest of what you talked about, I think, are great ideas, but that's not really our wheelhouse. That's more for Mr. Baber and staff. Thank you.
Joe, have we put anything online yet?
We started putting stuff last week. I'm going to take a look again at after the meeting the other night. There's some information on there I think was beneficial. From CUB, from the other ICC, so I'll get that information on our site probably next week.
And the petition, can we get the petition up on there as well?
Yeah, that'll be on there too, the ICC petition and CUB's too.
Okay.
Yep. Amy will be back next week.
Okay. Anybody else under old business? Anybody else? Okay, I have a couple things. One, Trustee Fialco is going to make you very happy. I know the mayor wanted to discuss bringing prayer back to the board. So I just would like, maybe everybody to give their thoughts on that and see where we're at with that. It would be better for the board members to be able to say something versus somebody in the audience.
May I say something?
Go right ahead.
I think using the word invocation is better than put it in as prayer.
I'm just going off of her notes.
That's what it was before.
Right. I'm just going off her notes. Yeah. So that's.
We do get it every meeting anyway.
Yeah. So that's something for us to think about, and I'm sure she will bring that back up again. The other thing with the FEST chair. I think I've said this in A&F, is that we are going, in light of, first of all, let me say this. We have a whole new event staff. So in light of having a new event staff and throwing all these things at them right from the get-go, I think we should wait for your meeting, like you suggested. Let's wait for your meeting, and then after your meeting, let's sit down with them. Let's sit down and discuss with the board, and we move forward on proceeding picking a chair or the mayor can appoint a chair to the FEST. So that's where we were at with that. The other thing I wanted to talk about too was the lawsuit. I sat here tonight and I listened to all of these people asking us to do something. There is no lawsuit from Homer Township, and you could I don't care, you could tell me till blue in the face. I have 10 years under a presiding judge, and I know how to read a complaint. And in this complaint, there is nothing in here that mentions the township as a plaintiff in this case. The merits of this case are only to prove whether or not Jennifer Bertino-Tarrant vetoed something legally or illegally. That is what the determination of this lawsuit is. And when you talk about mentioning the residents of Homer Glen, the only way the residents of Homer Glen are mentioned in this lawsuit is as an exhibit. That's what they are. They're an exhibit. If you read this, it's not rocket scientists. The plaintiffs, Judy O'Gala, Dean Schlotman, Daniel Butler, Annette Parker, Vince Logan, Raquel Mitchell, Julie Berkowitz. These are all people in their official capacity of the Will County Board. There is nothing in here that says this is Homer Township. So the reason that we have not moved forward with doing anything and that we keep monitoring this, we're encouraging our residents to send letters to the representatives in Springfield. Send them a letter every day. Call them, tell them you do not want them to be able to do a quick take on 143rd. But with that said, the only way, why would we go out and spend money on something when we don't even know what the outcome of the veto is yet? Once we know what the outcome of the veto is, we will then proceed forward if it's litigation or whatever it is. But I would just like the people of Homer Glen to know that we're not just sitting on our hands here. We're waiting, and we're waiting to see what happens with the veto, whether or not the state's attorney or the judge in the case determines whether it's legal or not what she did. And that are the only merit, those are the only merits of this case. So I just would hope that the residents watch this video and that they see, it's not that we're not doing anything, but what are we gonna do? Go out and file a lawsuit from the village of Homer Glen? I mean, and I'm not at liberty to discuss lawsuits or our litigation, but this is what is happening right now. And for the township to keep saying over and over and over again that they are the plaintiffs in this case, they are not. So please, I would just encourage our residents, if you have any questions, please call the village, call the trustees, excuse me. We would be happy to answer any of your questions because this has got to stop. We're taking hits every single day that we are doing nothing, and that is not the case. And that's all I have. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Moving on. Yes.
Yeah.
Joe.
There's a hearing tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. down in Will County Court. I will be attending regarding those lawsuits.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on to new business. Does anybody have any new business?
I do.
Okay, Trustee Mason.
I was wondering if it's possible what we need to do in order to move the department heads to go first, because these poor guys sit here and they work here from morning till midnight. So what can we do, and how do I go about this to move the department heads when they have issues, to have their issues come up first?
We'd have to discuss that in A&F. Would we have to create an ordinance for that? For how the agenda, I mean, most of the agendas.
It's just an order in the agenda,
Right.
So I could determine that.
I mean, yeah, we have to follow a certain, certain protocol for the agenda.
Sorry for our own employees.
Oh, we all do.
Who got
We all
here
do.
at 7 this morning that are
I
still
agree,
sitting here.
but the only thing I worry about, it would really have to be careful consideration with what's put in the packet and where, because you don't want to not have them if there's a question.
Yeah.
Because this is legislation you're voting on.
Right, of course you'd have to take that into consideration.
You have to. So
But if it's something.
In theory, I love the idea. I just don't know if it's
Yeah.
really doable.
Well, maybe once we get all the items for the agenda, we can prioritize.
We could do
I
that.
mean, we could really take a look at and prioritize, and so that our staff doesn't be here all
As an
night.
example, the truck discussion we had with Mr. Woods this evening, we could have moved that up.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll take a look at it a little bit more.
Okay.
As we get the agenda set.
Okay, thank you. Any other new business?
Yes.
Trustee Fialko.
It's funny that I have the exact thing you just said written down. Yeah. Consideration for the agenda meeting and the order that we put them in. Although like now, I mean, Mr. Westcott could be going home. There's nothing left, but he's still here. He's choosing to stay, I'm guessing, right? So I don't know if we make all these, Joe goes through all this work and the staff goes through all this work to put it in order, would we be accomplishing? I don't know. I think it's a good idea. I really think not only consideration of the employees, but consideration of the people that are here waiting for things, whether it be the booth and Modell's or and that's why we changed those things in the beginning, because those were the big items where a lot of people were waiting. So if we could kind of just, and that's not always going to work out perfect, I get it, but if we could arrange the agenda in a way where we're respectful to the people that actually have to show up and kind of go in that order, and then we kind of know the things that should be at the end, I guess. Some of them may be unnecessary to have people here, and other times may not. It'll always be different, I understand that, but if we could manage that a little bit better, I think Trustee Mason is correct. Let's have respect for the employees that are here, and let's also have respect for the community that's here that's waiting on us too.
I agree.
And Board of Eagle, don't forget, we have them do backups and moves, but then don't want to pay their bills.
I haven't had that. Okay, the next, I got one more thing.
Okay.
We started doing it here with Melissa King leaving. Melissa King is a director. In our ordinance, all directors are supposed to be brought to the board for approval, our advice and our consent. Our advice normally would come through I'm guessing through executive session with interviews. Now, we may not want to do that, right? But I think when we get started with director positions, we should be asked, how do you guys want to handle it? We may say, hey, Joe, just do your interviewing and come back to us. Or we might say, well, we want to have those people come in and be interviewed in an executive session like we've done before. I just don't want it to be, we did have a problem a couple of years ago. We didn't have a director of public works. The person got hired, nobody wanted to it got complicated. So all I'm saying is, so we stay on the same page with each other, let's hear about it before we interview, because how many interviews have you had so far?
We've had 2. I was going to talk about this in executive.
Well, I kind of brought it out now. How many have you had now?
2. We got 1
Okay,
scheduled
so
for
we've
tomorrow.
had 2 interviews. But I just think putting that past the board before we get started is a good idea, that's all. But I'm not objecting to you doing it that way. I'm just saying, let us all kind of make a choice.
I'll talk about that.
What Dan is saying, the reason why is somebody was hired as a director without our knowledge. It was done on the cover of Night, and that should never occur, okay? So that's something that you all need to understand as to why we're pointing this out. I know you want to giggle, that's fine, Trustee Mason, but I'm just pointing it out.
Because you said we have to understand.
Yeah. They didn't say that you were an idiot.
That would be it from me.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah,
Anybody else?
Joe, can, for the record, for those that do watch this or ask, could you make it really clear on who's actually in charge until we get a new director and who's taking over? Because I know that we're outsourcing for some stuff, but I think that that needs to be out there publicly so that people understand.
Our process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that person really needs to be here for us to be able to ask them questions. I mean, we ask Melissa questions almost every meeting.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have anything else we don't have a workshop, so is there a motion to move into executive session for the discussion regarding pending litigation and discussion regarding personnel?
And land acquisition.
I'm sorry, and land acquisition. Oh, that's not on there.
I'll make the motion with a 5-minute break.
I'll second it with a 5-minute break.
All in
See you
favor?
in 6 minutes.
Aye.
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 But no 2 cigarettes, just 1.
I'm gonna have 4. After tonight?
Okay, we are now moving into executive session. Anybody in the audience will have to leave, and we will take a 5-minute recess.